Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Nashua Board of Education meeting for Monday, December 21st, 2020. It is 6 p.m. and we are getting off on time. So hopefully the rest of our meeting will go this well. As president of the Nashua Board of Education, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I'm confirming that we are providing public access to the meeting by telephone. To access our meeting by phone, wait until we get to the public comment period, which is right after the consent agenda, and call 1-877-853-5257. The meeting ID is 825-4514-6694. The passcode is 918719. And this information is all available on our website. It's the third page of tonight's agenda. Okay, so let's start the meeting by taking roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether or not there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, as required under the Right to Know law. Mr. Guarino, could you please start calling attendance?
Sure. Raymond Guarino is here. I am also by myself in this room. Paula Johnson.
Present, I'm by myself in the room.
Sandra Ziem.
Here, and I'm alone.
Jennifer Bishop.
I'm here, parenting, but alone.
Sharon Giglio.
I'm here in the room alone.
Jessica Brown.
I'm here and I am in the room alone.
Heather Raymond.
I'm here. I am not alone. My children are in the room with me making dinner, but I have my headphones in, so no one will unduly influence me.
Dottie Oden.
Yes, I'm here and my husband occasionally walks through.
Gloria Timmons.
Here and alone.
Okay. Also with us, we have Dr. Mosley.
Here.
We have Dr. McKinney.
Here.
Mr. Parker. Ms. Kinsella.
I am here and alone.
We have Ms. Marsha Bagley.
I'm here and I'm alone.
Mr. Rodriguez.
I am here and I'm alone.
And we have our student representatives, Mr. Gao
I'm here and alone at the moment.
and Mr. Norris.
I'm here and alone.
Okay. And I believe that's everyone.
I'm here too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. O'Gara. I miss you.
Thank you, Mr. Guarino. And a shout out to Mr. Gao, who joined me in the holiday sweater edition of this evening. So yay, way to get in the spirit. Thank you very much. All right, so this evening, Ms. Bagley is here from Public Health, and I wondered if we could let her speak first. I know this isn't on the agenda, but we are all in this time curious about the pandemic numbers and any information that Ms. Bagley could provide us. Does anyone have any objections to letting Ms. Bagley speak first? Dr. Mosley?
I don't have any objection. I'm just asking if we could just take a couple of things out of order, only because what Ms. Bagley is going to share ties into attendance or absent, or students' attendance, trends going on in the city. So I just asked. I know I think it's under unfinished business.
Okay. So
new business. It would just be helpful if we could just have that discussion when Ms. Bagley's here, so we kind of just get it all out, and rather than keep going back and forth and then having more questions. That would be a request that I asked of the board.
That seems logical. My only concern is that Mr. Norris has to leave us early, and I want to make sure that we get to the recognition for our wonderful student reps and allow them both to have an opportunity to speak before 7 p.m. So I assume Ms. Bagley wants to move on
Yeah.
before 7 p.m. as well.
She has an Alderman meeting. I'm not speaking for her. I know she could speak for herself, but she's been gracious enough to move her schedule around to be here for us on such short notice. So thank you,
Yes,
Bob, for that.
I am extremely grateful to Ms. Bagley for squeezing us in this evening. Ms. Ziem and then Ms. Brown.
My only concern is that we not make any motions until after the public has had an opportunity to have a voice. You'll remember at our last meeting, there were, and I understand, I appreciate their perspective. And so if that's all right with the board, I would appreciate it if we tried to save the motions until after the public has had okay? No?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ziem, for reminding us of that. I think that that's a very important note. Anything else? Ms. Brown, you kind of nodded.
My objection was the same as Ms. Deem's, actually. Thank you.
Okay. So hearing that, does anyone have any objections to moving right along with Ms. Bagley?
No.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Bagley, for squeezing us in this evening. I know I just emailed you yesterday, but it was a Sunday, with some questions. And so I really sincerely appreciate you taking the time to come out and answer some of those for us. So with that, I'm happy to give you the floor.
All right, thank you, and good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you all looking so festive, and which is good for this time of year. I do have just a couple of slides that I wanted to show that just shows a situation update for you. So I'm going to just open up and share my screen. And just for the record, I'm Bobby Bagley, the Director for the Division of Public Health and Community Services.
Thank you, Ms. Bagley. At this point, I think you're a bit of a celebrity. So.
Oh, really? Oh, I hope not.
In a good way.
Oh, in a good way.
In a good way. I just figured everyone would recognize you. Oh, there it goes.
There it is. Okay, so I'm just going to go through, and this is pretty much the same slides. Let's see if I can get this on here correctly. That will be shared tonight with our Board of Aldermen. And let me just see if I can get rid of this. Can you see the slides?
You can see half of the slide.
It looks like I have you all in here too. I don't know why. Hold on, let me just go back. See if I can get this out. How about that?
Is it possible to make it full screen?
Let's see. What am I doing here? Looks like there. Is that good?
That's better.
Yeah, it's full screen on my laptop. Is it not full screen for you?
No.
Okay, let me see. Hold on here.
If you press the green dot at the top left, that might be able to make it full screen.
Is that better?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That was probably one of your student board members, wasn't it?
It was. Thank you, Mr.
Very
Gao.
technology savvy. All right, so I'll just go very quickly, not taking up too much of your time, so that the things that you all also want to get done will be able to be done within the hour. So this is basically a situation update focused mostly on just Nashua, because that I think is the most relevant for us here. Typically we show, the entire state, and then we show the what's happening, across the country and the region, but this is pretty much what I wanted to share this evening. So right now in Nashua, and this presentation was put together on Friday. So believe you me, in the course of the weekend, so we had Saturday, Sunday, days, Monday, we've had 100 cases that have been reported since the weekend. So on Friday, we had a cumulative of 3,299 cases. Actually, I'm sorry, this may have been updated because we're presenting this tonight to the board, so it may include this weekend numbers. We currently have approximately 855 active cases. And so what that means is this is the number of cases that we're currently following at our health department with our public health nurses and other staff that have been repurposed to do disease investigation and to do contact tracing and contact monitoring. We're currently following 716 cases. And the reason why is because we've had to prioritize. The numbers are coming in so quickly and the increase in the number of cases so quickly that we're not able to follow all of the active cases. So we prioritize those under the age of 18, those over the age of 60, and those that are associated with a cluster or an outbreak. Cluster meaning 1 to 2 cases in a particular business or organization that may turn into an outbreak, or those that are actual outbreaks. Sadly enough, as of yesterday, we had 49 deaths in Nashua. We were steady at 40 deaths, and no number is a good number for a number of months. And then just in the past 2 weeks, we've had 9 additional deaths as a result of the increase in cases that have happened since the Thanksgiving holiday. Our case fatality rate right now is at 1.4%, which is again, it's not a bad number. We wish that was 0, but out of all of the cases that we have had, 49 is the number that have passed away. We have a current recovery rate of 74% and a hospitalization rate of 3.3%, which has also gone up in the past couple of weeks. This slide here just shows the community transmission that is occurring across our entire state. So right now, all of our New Hampshire counties have been affected by COVID or the coronavirus, and all are at substantial community level transmission. We usually look at this metric based on 100,000 cases over 14 days. We like to see that number under 100. We are currently at 830.3. Our hospitalization rate has gone up as well. We're up to 10.1, which puts us now at moderate level, whereas before we were at minimal. And our 7-day total test positivity rate is up to 12.3%, another number that pushes us over into the substantial category. The hospitalization rate right now at 10.1, if that goes up to 20, we will be in substantial hospitalization rate as well, which is not a good place for us to be in our city, in our state either. The transmission risk factor currently right now, this is for those with confirmed COVID-19 cases. You can see here that based on the percent of cases, contact with someone with COVID-19 is at 14.4%. Our community transmission is one of our risk factors at 9.8%. Cluster associations at 14.1. The travel has actually, international domestic travel has gone down to 5.1, which is one that we are, glad to report that because we've been asking people not to travel. But you can see as far as risk factors of unclear or unknown exposure is at 56.6%. And what that means is there are individuals that when we do our contact tracing and our disease investigation, they can't tell us where they believe they were exposed to the virus. And that just goes back to the substantial spread that we're seeing. There's quite a bit of asymptomatic spreads. And so when we do our disease investigation and we ask people where they may have picked up the virus, they don't know because they didn't even know they had it themselves because of asymptomatic situation for themselves. We also have a watch list. And so we, as cases come in, we take a look at where these cases are occurring. And so we've identified a watch list because of wanting to stay on top of exposures at facilities or knowing where there could be the potential outbreak based on a cluster. And this is data that we looked at over the past 3 months from October up until last week, December 17th. And as you can see on here, based on the facility type, so our communities include our church, community groups include our churches, our clubs, our sports, and our gyms. We break this out by healthcare facility, housing facilities, restaurants, schools, childcare, and my little talking thing is in front of that, so I can't even see what that is there. But frequency of report just allows for us to see how many times we're hearing about exposure or a case in any one of these facilities. And then we have it broken out by the member or the number of individuals, or a member if it's of a gym or something like that, or patrons there, as well as staff. And so if it's at a workplace, it's the number of staff that are there that report either positive, being positive. And then we have the estimated number of contacts. And we estimate that number because we do find that sometimes people don't remember who they were in contact with. And so that number is actually very much underrepresented. But for the ones that can tell us the number of contacts, this is what we have captured here. And then you can see the total number of cases. And so we basically use this so that we can gauge, what's happening in the community with regards to our community exposure and substantial spread. I wonder if there's any way to get rid of this little thing here. Oh, there we go. Sorry, we'll move that off the way. Workplace and business is the other one. Okay. And as you can see here, estimated contacts, depending on where the case is, that number of contacts can go up or down depending on what's happening. We usually look at or had an R0 for COVID at, I think we had a 1 to 2% for an R0. And that was the number of individuals that could possibly expose to a case. And depending on the setting, that number could be a lot higher than that. So this data here is pretty significant, for us. So out of our number or frequency of reports, we've had a total of 145 over the past 3 months, with 180 members or individual cases identified. And then as far as the number of individuals that are identified as staff, the total is 244 in the past 3 months. And the estimated contacts is up to 1,352. Our total number of cases was 424 over that time period. And then this bar graph and pie chart just shows the distribution or the proportion of what we're seeing with the, with the numbers that were there. And so you can see here how things are actually laid out. The pie chart just lets you see that 27% of what we have seen as far as our exposures have been in the workplace or with businesses, schools and childcare facilities at 21%. Our restaurant and bars are at 13%, and our healthcare facilities are at 26%. And you can understand that includes our long-term care facilities as well as our hospitals, where we've had clusters and some outbreaks that have been ongoing since October. And then our community groups or churches, you can see that's about 10%. Okay, let's see, there we go. All right, and I'm just trying to advance. It was clicking before and advancing, and looks like that might be the last slide. Yep, okay, that is the last slide. So that's the data or the information that I wanted to share. And again, I think some of the more significant pieces that are here, where you can see the workplace has the highest number of exposures reported, and our school and slash childcare facilities are the other. And it's very interesting that those numbers are as high as they are for school slash childcare facility, when we've actually had lower numbers of kids in school because of the hybrid, but our childcare facilities have been impacted in a number of different areas. So those are the two highest that we have currently. Okay, I'm not sure if anyone has any questions about any of the information that's presented there.
Do you ever break that out, Bobby, the child care and the schools? It seems to me that they're two very separate entities. And so even when it goes to the other, where you have the gym grouped with, it would be interesting for the school board, at least from my perspective, to know with the sports, for instance, to my knowledge, Nashua has not had a bad sports. We haven't had much that I know of. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
Just mostly with hockey, but it wasn't with the school. It was with the hockey leagues, the rec leagues that were playing. We had quite a bit of cases and spread through the recreational hockey leagues that were taking place just before school started. And then that led to exposure in households. And so that increased the number of households as based on that. Our watch list information, and someone had actually asked us, could we actually share that and break that information out? It's not public because it's only 1 to 2 cases on a watch list. And so when we have the numbers that low, unless it's an outbreak, it's not public or publicized by the state. But so those are numbers that we watch, but we don't publicize that list. That list has across the state, it's over 450 facilities that are on that list, which includes how we have it broken out on that pie chart. As far as 1 to 2 cases across the state, and it's usually not reported out when it's that small. But we do have a significant number of different daycare, childcare centers in Nashua. And then as far as the schools, all of those that have had 1 to 2 cases, I believe that you guys have that information already.
So the hockey that you were talking about, was that public school then? That was a public school activity?
The hockey was with the rec league. So there are these different hockey leagues that start up they start at the end of the summer, I believe, and they go into, and in fact, they're still playing. And in fact, they're starting another outbreak, which I'm like, when are we going to get rid of these hockey leagues? But they're not necessarily the school teams. There are these teams that kids can sign up on. They go and they stay at a camp for a period of time. The age ranges from grammar school age all the way up to young adults. So there are young people that are 19, 20 years old on these hockey leagues. And we had a significant outbreak across the state with these hockey leagues in August, September, October. That kind of subsided because then the governor suspended all of the hockey, and then it opened back up again, and they're starting to have cases again, unfortunately.
And the daycare, that's public daycare, a lot of it, is it not? I mean, for instance, private, like if I took children into my home and had a daycare, that would be included in that?
Yes, if you're registered.
Yeah, well, I hope they're all registered, but you're probably right. Unfortunately, they probably aren't all registered. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Seam. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Okay, a couple of things just don't make sense to me here, because I'm going through and I took pictures of it while you were talking. And so on my charts here, what you're saying, and I know you're going to the Board of Alderman meeting tonight, and I had sent you a whole list of questions, and it's like 11 days ago that I asked about the Y and the Boys and Girls Club and all this, because it just doesn't make sense that those figures should have been right on top to be able to get to me very quickly. And I wanted to say something. First of all, how many false positives are we getting out of these tests?
That's hard to quantify. And the reason why I say that is because if a person's viral load is very low, that is not going to be picked up. As far as false positives, the specificity and the sensitivity of these tests are very high. We've probably had, I want to say 4 that's been reported back to us. And usually what happens is if there's a positive test, the state usually runs a couple of tests on them to make sure that it is a true positive. And we've only had, to my knowledge, either 2 or 4 that were reported as false positive. And one we believe may have been just an error in the reporting on the document. The others, they usually will ask us to do another test. We'll run another test on it just to make sure if the lab actually questions one that they would deem to be indeterminate.
Well, the reason I've been skeptical of this for a long time, because my grandson just had a false positive and was rushed to the hospital on a false positive. And then when he got to Elliott, they redid the test and he was fine. I mean, a false positive can really take down a whole family, a whole business and everything. And I've done a lot of research on all this. Everybody knows I've done it. I've sent out more and more papers. And I'm looking at all this. And let me get back into the pictures here so I can go through all this, because it's a little bit disturbing to me when I'm looking at numbers here. When you're talking healthcare facility, frequency of reports 37, member patron cases 38, staff cases 81, estimated contacts 328, total cases 119. So we're still having the problems, and the deaths, the 49 deaths, were those in the nursing homes again?
The majority of those have been in the long-term
Okay.
care
Okay.
facilities, and there have been some that have been very few under 60, but the majority of the cases that we have had of deaths have been in the long-term care facilities.
And we haven't really gotten anything from the Y or from childcare facilities. That's why, we have more positive cases in the nursing home. At this point in time, we would have figured this out. But school and childcare facilities, and also, I'm looking at the restaurant, pubs, and clubs that you're talking about, restaurants, I guess. 19, member patron cases 14, staff cases 43, estimated cases 287, and 57 total cases. So we're locking down on areas that probably shouldn't be, because it's so low. And I'm going into the childcare now. I mean, I've been back to work since the end of May with a mask on. And I'm working retail, and I see more people probably in a day than a lot of other businesses. And I'm still walking around and alive, and pulled a double shift yesterday. So school childcare facility, we got 30 frequency of reports, and we don't even have anybody in school. We've got 24 member patron cases. Am I correct here? Let me make sure. Nope, maybe I'm not. 24, yeah. 23 staff cases, 207 estimated contacts, and total number of cases, 47. This is the reason why we're keeping our students out of school. And I'm not trying to make a light of this, but what I'm saying is here, with your numbers here, it just doesn't make sense here. It just doesn't equate. So I'm looking at the 14 days. We're 90,000 people in the city. Please tell me, how did you calculate this out with 90,000 people in the city? I'd like to see the math. I'm not a mathematician. Math is not my strong point here. But I keep saying it just doesn't make sense. With these numbers here, and we're so high, of course we're high when we have all these false positives here. And I just saw another report that I didn't send out to everybody. But this whole report talks about the PCR test. It was never developed to do this. And how did an infant come up with a positive in COVID and influenza B? I was just totally in shock when I heard this from this facility that they rushed my grandson to. And to have 2 positives, and then the hospital says after they rushed him in an ambulance, gave him oxygen, they said the tests were wrong. So when people think that I'm shooting from the hip here, I'm not, because it was just proven to me on a 6-month-old baby on Saturday. And I'm looking at your numbers and they don't make sense. So if you can please tell me how you calculated this on 90,000 people, maybe I can understand it a little bit better, because right now with your numbers, it does not qualify to shut everything down, a 9:30 at night curfew, to shut the schools down, which I've said all along. And the CDC, what I'm reading from the CDC, you're wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I think we got a little far afield, and I hope that your grandson is feeling better and does well. But I know that Ms. Bagley has other commitments, and I don't think she has time to go into statistical analysis with us this evening.
If she could send it to me, that would be great.
Okay.
Excuse me, I thank you, Miss Bagley, for first. Thank you, Miss Bagley, for coming in, moving your schedule around, and being with us. I want to say thank you, and to your family.
No problem.
To your family and to your friends, I want to wish you a happy holiday and time with your family. I know you're doing the best you can, and I know it hasn't been easy for you. But we are all in this together, Miss Bagley, and the work that you've done for this city and for this community has been unmeasurable. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate it. Ms. Bagley, if there's any recommendation that you could give to us and to the teachers or just to the public around opening schools or around that dialogue, it'd be helpful. But I also want to say that I really appreciate you coming here and really just doing this out of within an hour of my text message. So I just want to say, or sorry, my email. So just thank you. Could you just answer that question for me, or can you just give us some commentary, please?
So the metrics that we use for the school right now, and based on what the state has put out from the Department of Ed, is that once you get to substantial cases, substantial in your percentage of positives and substantial with the hospitalization rate, then you have to look at measures with regards to the safety of opening your schools. Right now, we're with substantial spread throughout the community, well, throughout the state or throughout the community, and that high positive percent rate, hybrid is what the best that you can do for right now. If that number of that hospitalization rate goes up to 20 and that gets substantial, then the recommendation is for things not to be open at all. So no hybrid and basically all online. At this point in time right now, where we are, what the school is doing right now is appropriate.
Thank you.
School doesn't open again, I think, until January 19th. So we'll see what those numbers look like at that time. All of those things are going to be dependent upon what happens over this Christmas holiday and what happens over New Year, because the 19th is going to land us 2 weeks right after pretty much that holiday season. And from what we see 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, we saw things go up really high. And this is where we see these numbers. So what you're looking at is a snapshot between October and December. So it's only 3 months worth of data that's right here that's captured. But it's still substantial increases in what we've seen in that short period of time. And we did expect for there to be that increase with the holidays because people traveled. And so our expectation, if behaviors don't change, is that we're going to continue to see an increase in cases after this holiday. So within 2 weeks after the holiday, which is going to land right just before the school is supposed to open, we'll see what things look like at that particular time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bagley, and thank you, Dr. Mosley. That was extraordinarily helpful. And that's exactly the question that Ms. Ziem and I were talking about this weekend, about like how do we know and what data exactly should the school board be looking at? And so I appreciate you helping us to focus. I don't want to keep Ms. Bagley here because she has to prepare for her next meeting. Mr. Guarino, do you have something brief?
Yes, I'll be very brief. I just wanted to thank Ms. Bagley for all this information. This is great information for us to have, and I'm not skeptical of anything. I think you're doing good work, and I'm sure you're probably putting in long days. You've probably been putting in long days for a long time now, and I appreciate all the work that you've done and all the information that you give us. This is very good information so that we can make informed decisions. And I just wanted to tell her that I appreciate her coming here and doing this for us. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Guarino. Ms. Ziem.
I'm sorry, but Mrs. Bagley, I have to ask you, we have special education who have their children in class. You're probably aware of that. And some of those people we are hearing are greatly concerned, anxious, nervous, stressed. And I have to empathize with them. So if I understand, I just want to be sure I'm understanding you. If I understand what you're saying that unless that hospitalization rate increases, or is that what you're saying? Because they are in school, like my grandson went today and he stayed the best part of the day. So are they safe? In your opinion, do you think we need to do something for those kids? Or for those?
We have had reports of cases in our schools that are having special ed. What we have been able to do and what the teachers and Marsha have been able to do is they communicate very quickly and identify when those cases occur. The proper steps are taken to make sure that the kids are protected. The investigations occur to make sure the kids are protected. And so all of the appropriate steps have been taken thus far. If I think the kids only have 2 more days of school, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
So
correct.
they'll, once over the next couple of days, those students will finish out, and then based on what's going on in January, a determination will be made as to what school needs to look like as far as when it opens up in January. But for right, they've got 2 days left in school for right now. If anything happens between now and then, Marcia Bagley has been, and all of the folks that have been working in the schools with the special ed students have been right on top of things.
So my question to you is, should we establish a point, like should we say that when it gets to 20% are hospitalized, I think you said it was from 10 to 20, if I have that correct, then we could make a motion that says when it goes to 20%, it'll automatically close.
According to the metrics that you all have, that you're using, that the Department of Ed is using, correct.
Thank you, and thank you again. And like the others, can't say how much we appreciate the wonderful work you're doing. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Bishop.
Yes, thank you for being here, Ms. Bagley. I just had a quick question. Fully aware the hospitals are about to be overwhelmed if we don't make a lot of changes or make small changes right now. I'm wondering, in regards to the 49 deaths, do we have information on what their code statuses were? Are these people that no interventions happened? And obviously, I mean, 1 death is too many, but without any interventions happened, is how they passed away. Obviously, I want people to be able to get into the hospital when they need to get in here. But I don't even know the answer to this. I'm not like creating a question to have you answer it to prove my point. Do we know what their code statuses were prior to becoming infected?
When you say their code status, do you mean were there other underlying health conditions?
No, like anybody
like
at a certain
DNR?
point can say, right, DNR, DNI status. So if they're a full code, then every intervention would happen. But if they've already identified that they don't want any interventions to happen, how many of those 49 had already said, if something happens, don't make any heroic measures?
So, Ms. Bishop, I don't have that information. As stated earlier, the majority of those folks were individuals in long-term care facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And so, in those facilities, depending on their age, they may be coded as DNR or do not resuscitate.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of the 49 deaths were in individuals that were in long-term care facilities. Some of these folks were also at home.
Mm-hmm.
And for some that were at home, I don't know what their code status was.
Mm-hmm. I just know if obviously hospital intervention works, we want to make sure that the hospitals are open. Because if they don't have that, the intubation option or any kind of ventilation option, then people are kind of without luck. But if we know that interventions work, we need to make sure that the hospitals stay open and available, which is why we're asking people to stay home.
Yes.
For
So
their
what
neighbors.
we've been seeing, with our hospitals, and we have a call with the hospitals now twice a week. We started that, and we do learn about their status and their situation. They're having some challenges with staffing, and the reason for the challenges of staffing is that you saw on the pie chart where it showed community spread, and you saw that 50 some odd % that said unknown. And so our folks that work in the hospital, they live in our communities, they go out. They go to the stores, they live. And so a lot of the exposure that was in the hospitals that we've learned about was because of community spread. So it wasn't necessarily that they were exposed in the hospital. Currently, we do have at least one hospital that is having an outbreak. In fact, both hospitals have had an outbreak in their facility on their floor as a result of exposure in the hospital. But that's just of late. That had not been the trend since the pandemic started. We do know that there have been individuals that were in the ICU. And so that means that they were getting all of these services that they life preserving services that were needed. And some of those individuals, did pass away. So I don't know out of the 49 who was coded DNR, but I do know that there were some folks that were in the ICU that did pass away. Some people that have been in the ICU beds have not all been COVID diagnosed as COVID patients, but our hospitals do report out to us that their ICU beds, do fill up. Today, we had a report from one of the hospitals. They've got 10 out of their 11 ICU beds open. Last week on Thursday, our hospital was reporting that they had to open up a second ICU unit or step down unit for the number of patients they were seeing in the hospital that needed that intensive care. It does kind of go up and down, and that's why we're meeting with them twice a week. So Thursday and compared to today looked a lot different. This past weekend, as our hospitals reported out, we're not, if you want to call it, as bad. But they're still seeing up to, have some of the notes right here, anywhere between, let's see, what do we have here? One of the hospitals reports out that they have 112 employees that were impacted by COVID, quite a few number on self-quarantine. They're seeing anywhere up to 60 to 100 patients in the EDs that are COVID related. 60 to 100 people in the ED. Their COVID related numbers are up, with 20 to 27 related to COVID. So we're starting to see, those numbers, in our hospitals, which is, why we've seen that huge increase in the percent positive for the hospitals, because we went from 2.2, 3.3 up to 10 point, forgot what that number said on there, 10.1 or 10.3 for hospitalization. It won't go into the red unless it goes up to 20, but in that short time period, it went from 3.3 or 2.2 up to 10. If we can get people to, at this point, where we are right now, 2 weeks in, so if I'm exposed to COVID, if I'm really gonna have some poor health outcomes, it's not gonna be in a week or maybe even 2 weeks. It might be 3 weeks later. So that's what we're starting to see right now in the hospital. Folks don't necessarily go to the hospital right away, but we do see that after a couple of weeks' time.
Right. And from what I remember, back in March, we had sent all of the kids home. Everybody needed to stay home. And it was because we needed to make sure that we had the hospital space available. So right now, with the numbers the way that they're looking, the measures that we took in March that really mitigated a lot of exposure risk that sustained us through November, it kind of makes sense to return back to what we did in March to get our numbers back down, which worked.
Correct. Yes.
And again, thank you for coming and sharing all of this.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Not a problem.
I'd like to go back onto special ed quickly.
Very quickly, because
Okay, I'd like to follow up on what Mrs. Ziem said. So if we have special ed cases, and Ms. Marsha Bagley could probably jump in, both of you here, and the IEP dictates in-school person-to-person services, and we have an outbreak, what will then happen with these students? Because if we don't follow that IEP, we have the risk of the district being sued. Am I correct?
I can answer that. So, Mrs. Johnson, none of our IEPs specifically state that the services need to be provided in person. We're operating under our Executive Order number 64, which was issued by the governor. So the governor in that order stated that we need to make individual determinations for each student regarding the number or the amount of in-person services a student may require. So some of our students require half hour of drop-in service, and other students require, 4 full days in school. It depends on the student and their needs. Many of our special ed students are continuing to learn remotely. So we cannot be held, none of the IPs say the service needs to be delivered in person. There may be other long-term reasons for emergency order 64 that we would have to deal with at a later date that I can speak to after Mrs. Bagley has finished up any other questions, because I don't want to take up any more.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Marcia Bagley. And thank you so much to you, Ms. Bobby Bagley from Public Health, for taking time out of your really busy schedule to educate us about what's going on in Nashua and help us to keep our focus where it needs to be so that we can make our decisions. So thank you so much for coming out tonight.
Thank you for having me.
And I hope you have enough time to switch gears for the alderman. So.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. You all have a blessed holiday season and stay safe.
Oh, thank you so much.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, Bobby. Thank you.
Okay. I'm looking at the time, and it is 6:45 p.m. And it is very important to me that we take the time to recognize our student members who have contributed so much to us this year. So I'd like to put a pin in the numbers and the absenteeism and go ahead and recognize our student members. And then also make sure that Mr. Norris has a chance to speak his piece before he has to leave for the evening in 10 minutes. So, Dr. Mosley? Oh.
I apologize. I had I had this prepared statement, but for time purposes and stuff, I pretty much know what I'm going to say. So I'll start with Josh. Number one, that both our students, Josh and Stephen, represented North and South with the highest, most dignity and respect. And these meetings have been long, and our student reps have been awesome. This year for our student reps, it's been one of the most challenging, I would say, years for both of you. It's been challenging because we started off, started off in person, and then shortly after you've been remote. And all of you, both of you, have attended these meetings religiously, but you were also part of our reopening task force. Josh, thank you for representing the South so much and everything that you've done. You've been amazing. You were amazing when I met you, I think in 7th grade, when you were at Fairgrounds, and you continue to amaze me. It's my understanding, Josh, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that in fact, you actually graduated high school in 3 years rather than 4 years. And so you actually are going to be moving on from us and you won't be around next year. But anyways, that's not I guess it's a bad thing because we won't see you, but it's a good thing for you. You'll be like a little bit, I'm dating myself, like a little Dookie Howser. You'll be operating on kids and doing wonderful things, and people will be checking your ID for the next 15 years. For that, it speaks to you, and you're a testament to a great person you are. Stephen, you've been amazing, insightful. You've brought a perspective around sports, being a student athlete, understanding the big picture, representing the North student body to the best of your ability and even more. Like your counterpart, you never miss one meeting, even the special ones, and you've been here every day. I can't imagine any of you working under these conditions, and yet you've risen to the challenge. I want to commend both of you for all of the work you've done. And it just shows that this is a starting point for both of you. I say starting point because I know you guys are destined for great things. The only thing I ask is that you come back and let us know how you're doing and what you're doing. If you're really successful, I could use a little loan too, but that's another story we'll talk offline. With that said, I'll turn it over to Josh and then to Stephen if you'd like to say some words.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm incredibly grateful for this opportunity. I think my parents coming from China, this is not something that they could have ever imagined themselves doing or their kid doing. this level of participation in our government, in the policies that define our daily lives, is absolutely incredible to be a part of as a student. But I wanted to quickly hand it off to Stephen as well, just in case he has to head out early. But if there's extra time, I'd love to add some more.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you, Dr. Mosley, for your kind words. So I do have a little bit of a prepared statement, but I'll make it as quick as possible. So it doesn't feel like a year since we first joined together. I don't know whether it feels long or short. I can't really tell. It depends on the day. But when I first became student representative, I had no idea that we were going to be dealing with the pandemic and the issues that came along with it. I was expecting to look at curriculum, look at the budget, but no idea we were going to be determining whether we go into hybrid, remote, or in-person learning. I was just totally blindsided by that. But despite this massive bump in the road, I think we've all kind of done our best and taken it in stride to the best of our ability. So I want to first thank the board in general just for giving Josh and I a platform to express our concerns, the concerns of our constituents about numerous topics. Having student input in many of the decisions we've made, I think, has had a real positive impact. As our student liaison, I also want to thank Ms. Timmons. Anytime we had a question about procedure, about the budget, about anything else, she was always more than willing to help us. I also want to spend some time to recognize the teachers and principals. Running a school or classroom during remote learning is not an easy task, yet they never cease to be prepared, enthusiastic in their roles, doing whatever they can for the students. So I have no doubt that going forward with the leadership of specifically Mr. Burns and Mr. Richards, the needs of the students will always be paramount. So I know we have enacted a bunch of policies during this term, but I wanted to highlight two that I think were immensely influential. First, the decision to allow student choice in regards of the grading system they adhered to last year. So this not only allowed students to eliminate the stress of grades if they needed to, but also allowed students to fully showcase their progression if they wanted to as well. And as college applications are finishing up for many juniors, for many seniors, and juniors will probably be starting sooner rather than later, although they may want to push it off a little bit, but having 4 years of full grades makes all the difference. And it really differentiates Nashua students from students across the country and even across the globe. That gives our students a leg up. I also want to thank the board for its decision to have sports in both the fall and winter. I know this wasn't an easy decision for anyone, and the athletic community has had to do a lot of hard work to keep everyone safe, whether it's wearing masks, whether it's social distancing, but the impacts have been tremendous. I know myself that having somewhere to go, people to talk to, a place to get exercise and have fun, it's been so great. And I know I'm not alone in feeling that way. I guess I'll just wrap up by saying that I know a lot of members have differing opinions on just about every topic that we discuss. But regardless of their point of view, I feel that the right intent is always there. While we may not usually or really ever agree exactly on the means of getting things done in these topics, I think we can take solace that we all agree that the needs of the students come from. The last year has been extremely educational for me, and I know the skills I've learned will become increasingly useful in the future. So this is the last time I'll be here in the student representative role. Hopefully I can be a part of public comment in the future, but I know you guys are in good hands with the future student representatives. Thank you. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. We value your contribution, and I do hope you do call in because everything that you have contributed has been extraordinarily well thought out and helpful. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too. Enjoy your holiday.
Thank you and best of luck.
Mr. Gao, you were so gracious to give your time to Mr. Norris. Thank you so much for that. Did you have other things that you had wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly speak on like a particular policy, or like not necessarily a particular policy, but just like Stephen said, like when we originally first signed up for this role, like nowhere did we expect that we were going to be helping determine whether kids go in school or not. Like these are huge decisions that no one in the country thought that they were going to make. And I think in terms of like going back into school, in terms of the whole like hybrid remote discussion, I think definitely safety needs to come first, safety of our students. But sometimes maybe even above that, I think as an American at heart, I think just the freedom in choice, like the founding principles of America is the freedom to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I think as much as we prioritize safety and everything, I think still watching out for giving parents and teachers the choice to come to school or not, I think that's also really important. That's one thing I wanted to mention. Another thing, this was kind of pre-COVID discussion, but we talked a lot about rank GPA at the high school level. I think that's a very pertinent topic still, perhaps even more pertinent during COVID, when these social emotional learning and mental health are really paramount issues right now. So I think maybe these things could be brought back, if these things can be put back in the spotlight still, even though so many things are going on right now, that would be awesome. But just to wrap things up, I wanted to say through this opportunity, I've definitely grown in an incredible amount. I think it's just seeing how real life functions, getting to work with all of you. I'm not going to name names, because if I did, I would have to name every one of you, everyone in the district, just for the incredible support. But I think it's just the amount I've learned from all of you is incredible, and the amount of different perspectives that I hear on this board. Like Stephen said, there's so many different ideas for how to get things done, for how to do the best for our students. They, of course, on the surface may not match with one another. They may not be reflected with the same policies, but I know, and I'm sure all the other students and teachers know, that at the heart, they're all with the best intent. So I just wanted to thank everyone, not only for helping me, allowing me to be on this, but also just doing the best for Nashua. It's an incredible honor to be a student here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gao. I wish we could show everybody doing a round of applause, but you'll have to just believe us that we're all clapping for you, and Mr. Norris. Okay, did anyone else have anything that they wanted to say? No, I think congratulations has it. We've all really enjoyed having both of you on the board this year. You guys have brought something special, and I really, really appreciate the time that you have both put in. And as I said to Mr. Norris, I hope that you also, if you have an opinion, call in or write to us and share it with us, because it has been helpful. And I do hope that you're able to complete the work of your GPA class rank committee before the end of the year, because that's really fascinating to me.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely call in too.
Okay, great. All right. The next item on the docket, I think we're going back to the beginning, because we kind of have taken things out of order. Dr. Mosley, did you still want to try and move the attendance questions to now, or did you want to just move forward with the agenda and come back to them?
I thought, I was hoping that, if there's any questions around attendance or related to that we had Bobby Bagley in the room to address that, just in case it popped up. I also know, and I just want to be clear to the public, that we are in hybrid. We do have kids in school, and that's our special education students. I also, I have Masha Bagley here, can also give some commentary on attendance for our special education hybrid as well. It would be helpful because just to ask all the questions, and so perhaps, she can leave the meeting, or, I'm just looking in the room here. I think it's just Masha that's here. But I thought that might be helpful, but I just thought it would be kind of all in one encompassing, because we had Bobby Bagley with us. Does that make sense?
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any objection to moving the attendance information to this point in the agenda? I don't see any objections. Ms. Bagley, how many special education students do we have in our buildings currently?
First, I just want to say to our staff who have been working in our buildings, thank you. Thank you for being there with our students. The students who are in our buildings right now are, some would say, our most vulnerable students. Our students who the teams have determined are not able to work remotely or learn remotely, excuse me. So I want to say thank you to our staff. I know it's not easy. I've been into some of the classrooms to see what's happening, and they're doing an amazing job with our students right now. So currently we have, there's about 335 students whose teams have identified that they require some level of in-school supports. And that's students in grades preschool through, some of our students are 20 or almost 21 or turning 21 very soon. And that's in 13 buildings. And I don't have the exact daily attendance, but I do have the number of classrooms that we've had open since the beginning of October, and the number of classes that we've had to close due to COVID exposure, as well as the number of classes that and when I say close, I mean switch to remote. So close to in-person services. And I also have the number of classes that we've had to switch to remote due to staffing levels. So overall across the district, this was starting October 5th was the first day that we brought in our elementary aged special education students through today. And these numbers also include our kindergarten first grade hybrid students that were in before Thanksgiving break. We had 101 classrooms opened. We've had to switch 10 of those classrooms to remote learning due to COVID exposures. And we've had to switch eight of them to remote learning due to staffing issues related to COVID typically. And when I say that we switched these classrooms, that wasn't just for a day. Some of these classrooms had to be switched for a 2-week period of time. One of our classrooms right now that's supposed to be in is working remotely because of staffing issues.
Can you?
Thank you, Ms. Bagley.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, Ms. Seema. I just wanted to take a minute to recognize all of the teachers and paraeducators and service providers like speech therapists and OT and all of those service providers who have been coming into the buildings since October. We just gave Mr. Gao and Mr. Norris a round of applause, but I think those teachers deserve it. Staff members deserve it as well. I don't want anyone to feel like they're being left out. The work that they do is phenomenal. So I'm glad that Ms. Bagley brought that up for us. Ms. Zine.
It's more than impressive. My grandson is at Broad Street, and we are so fortunate in Nashua. The quality of our teachers is it's spectacular. There are not words enough to, they have families at home, and many of them are high risk. And the emails we get, I want to cry when I read some of them, and they're so well written, and they expressed so well their innermost feelings about the sensitivities of these issues. So it's moving. It makes you wonder, how do you become worthy enough to serve people like that? I'm not sure. I tell myself the bar is high, and you need to move that neck a little higher, Sandra. You can get there if you just keep stretching. But anyway, I couldn't even tell you. But I was going to ask you if you have a percentage. When you give that many figures to me, my head gets a little is the word I would use. Goes back to my poor education. But having said that, is there, like, it sounded like maybe, what percentage? It was 300 classrooms, is
No.
30 classrooms.
We've had about 335 special education students in school. Between special education and kindergarten and first grade, we had 101 classrooms open up until the Thanksgiving break, open for in-person hybrid services. So the percentage of attendance, I don't have offhand, but I can tell you that approximately 18% of we've had to make approximately 18% classroom closures due to either COVID or not enough staff to safely open our class.
Wow. I'll try to, it's the figures just really, but thank you so much. So that actually is a larger figure than I was gleaning as the percentage. You're saying 18% you've had to close because you either didn't have staff or you didn't have, or there was exposure, COVID exposure. So that's correct. That's scary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deem. Does anyone else have a question for Ms. Bagley regarding special education students and hybrid as it is today? Dr. Mosley.
I do. I just to clarify, I know the answer to the question, but I'm going to ask Marsha directly. You know, can you talk? I understand that there is a level of transmission and hospitalization, but it's also against the backdrop of Act 64. So can you just, for the public, just because I think there's, you know, yes, there's the matrix for, you know, tracking COVID, but there's also, you know, an emergency order in which we have to comply with that sometimes puts us in conflict with that matrix. So can you talk a little bit about that and also the ramifications if we don't follow that, Ms. Bagley?
Sure. So Emergency Order 64 was issued by the governor back in August. And it basically states that school districts can't make blanket decisions or determinations as to how their special education students will receive services. So it states right in the order that we cannot exclude in-person services from consideration for students with disabilities, and that the in-person services should be provided if the services the student is entitled to are necessitated and are consistent with the health and safety needs of the child, the child's teacher, and the child's family. So before he issued Emergency Order 64, he issued Emergency Order 48, which ordered each student's IEP team to convene to determine whether or not the student required compensatory services as a result of the shutdown from March until June. So we know now that that families may request compensatory services based on past practices, because from March till June had to make the determination as to whether or not students required the compensatory services. So if we were to, if the board was to vote to say the students cannot be in the buildings at all, the special ed students and their families will be entitled to ask for compensatory services. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody will get compensatory services, but that will mean that everybody who requests a team meeting to discuss the compensatory services, we must have those meetings and make those determinations. And compensatory services typically come when a team has determined that a student has not required or not received free and appropriate public education. And so there's long-term implications regarding Emergency Order 64 and past practice of Emergency Order 48.
Thank you, Ms. Bagley, and thank you, Dr. Mosley, for asking that question. That's really important for us to understand as we're trying to decide on having our buildings open or closed for hybrid services for the special education population. Ms. Brown?
Thank you. So we've got 335 students approximately in school, which is, I guess, about 3.35% of our student population approximately. So if we have intensive needs students that their needs can't be met remotely and they need to be moved home, what are we doing as countermeasures to meet those needs is my first question. And my second question is do we need to be planning ahead for next budgetary cycle for an enormous backlog of compensatory services for the students that are falling behind or are needing academic recovery and that kind of thing? Is this something that we really need to start planning ahead for?
So to answer your first question, if students are learning remotely and the team determines that they require in-home supports in order to access their education, that is something that we have put in place for some students, not many, but some of our students who are not able to come into the school buildings due to health risks. And unfortunately, we are not sending our staff into homes at this point because we cannot guarantee their health and safety or protect their health and safety in the same ways that the measures that we have in place in our buildings. So we are contracting with agencies in those cases. And then your second question about the backlog of compensatory services. We had to make those determinations in October-November time period for the students from last school year. And I can tell you that we've had, it came with a very high price tag as to the number of services that were determined students required. Thinking forward, if we are going to have to make those same determinations for the same group of students, I can only guess that that price tag will increase in order to provide those services.
I have one follow-up, Ms. Raymond. And what kind of a cost are we talking when we have to hire a contractor?
It can be anywhere from $5,000 to $60,000. It depends on the service that we're providing. And what I think that needs to be shared as well is that there's a severe shortage in the state of licensed service providers. So speech and language pathologists and school psychs, we are really struggling with finding licensed providers. So not only are we faced with having to provide the compensatory services for the services that were missed, but we're also struggling to find people to fill the positions that we have open. And when I say 5,000 to 60,000, that's for one student.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of hands. So I have Ms. Bishop and then Ms. Johnson and then back to Ms. Dean.
Sorry. Just a quick question, and you probably don't know the answer to it. I know that the governor had given special emergency licensure to some like LNAs and people who are in school to become nurses. Do we have any pulse on if they would be doing that for in-school opportunities for people who aren't necessarily meeting the level? Getting more people in?
For credentialing purposes?
That's the right word.
Thank you. My understanding is no. In fact, our related service providers, so our occupational therapists, our PTs, SLPs, school psychs, if they are licensed in New Hampshire and the student says in Massachusetts in a child care facility, they cannot provide their services to that student because the student has to be within the same state as the person is licensed. And my understanding is that they are the school psychs, SLPs, et cetera, and special ed teachers are on the critical shortage list for credentialing. However, they're not making any exceptions I see Dana O'Gara nodding, but
Mhm.
they're not, pushing people through to get credentialed, but they do understand that it is a critical shortage.
Yeah. Wishful thinking, I guess. That was it. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I was just going to, trying to look up how many, the 81 districts that are open in New Hampshire, but I can go with the two closest ones to us. Now, we've got Salem that's opened, that's operating. We've got Hudson, I was told, that's up and operating. How are they doing it with special needs and having the students back in school? Not hybrid, I believe full-time, because last time we were at a meeting, if I can find my paperwork here, give me 1 second. I've got so many papers here. It's really crazy here. But I did hold up the Salem, New Hampshire back, I did open up the 2024 reopening plan in Salem, New Hampshire. So they've had to address, and Hudson, all the other districts would have to address if they were shut down or had to go, hybrid or remote, they would have the plan here for special ed. How come they can be doing this and we can't, given the fact that we've got, I was writing this down here. We have only 10,281 students that's actually come back, I guess. And we have 335 in school, which is our special needs population. And that equals to 0.035% in our district that's back to school. But I don't understand how Salem can do this. They came up with this reopening plan, and we didn't basically come up with anything. And how are they working with, have you spoken to any of these other districts to see how they're working it out with special needs kids back in school so they can get the free and appropriate education, the services that they need?
So Mrs. Johnson, while I had input into the reopening plan, I did not develop it, nor did I vote on it. I am operating under the Emergency Order 64 in conjunction with the reopening plan. I have spoken to other districts. They are not Nashua. They don't have the same metrics and numbers of COVID cases as we do. Other districts are operating much in the same way we are. We are offering services to students in person as students are entitled to, or the teams have determined they require. But I cannot make a decision. I cannot make recommendations for students of Nashua, special education students of Nashua, based on other districts' opening plans.
I was just kind of curious if we would, working with them, because I remember with this whole COVID back, especially in the spring, it was Rockingham County, Salem, that had really high numbers. I remember that because my daughter was working in that area. So I was looking at number 64 here. It says, whereas New Hampshire public and non-public K through 12 schools need the flexibility to provide in-person, remote, and hybrid instruction as appropriate. As appropriate, that's that key word, for the individual circumstances and the changing circumstances of the pandemic to implement safe, appropriate back-to-school plans. So my real issue is, what kind of plans do we have for a lot of these students that probably need in-school services? I mean, one size fits all definitely does not apply to these students. We know that because of their disability. And so I guess my question is, we would have to speak with other districts around the state to see how it's working for them, even though we're a larger district.
So Mrs. Johnson, when I say that we made individual determinations for each student, I mean we made individual determinations for each student.
I get it.
We've held about 2,100 meetings to make those determinations as to which students we need what amount of in-person services. And we need to think of all of the students and the environment into which they're going for the in-person services. So we are not doing a one-size-fits-all for our special education students. It is an individual determination made by each of the IEP teams, which includes the parents.
And I get that completely. And I thank you for your time and answering the questions because some people think that I hog it too much, but I mean, their parents are out there and there's people out there that have to understand what's going on here. It's a very scary time, and they see the students aren't getting back. We read the emails all the time on kids that cannot do remote. They're having a very hard time. And so when I was elected to represent the taxpayers, the students, and everybody else in the city. So I want to make sure that this is clear, because so much has come across email that when we as a board don't understand it, how you expect parents to understand it with the same questions of hybrid and remote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Bagley, I just wanted to jump in there with a little bit of a kudos. 2,100 meetings, and I know that your office has been short-staffed this fall as well. So holy moly, my mouth just kind of dropped. And I knew that we had that many special education students. I just didn't realize that you were able to have all of those meetings already. So,
and to be clear, I did not hold all of those. Right. our teachers, our case managers, they are the ones who I participated in some of them, but definitely not all of them.
Wow, that's amazing. So giant thank you to everybody. I am so moved, and maybe it's because of the holiday season, but I am just so moved about hearing at all of the extra that our staff have been doing for kids. And this past week, I was like in tears on Friday hearing about some things that teachers were doing for their students to do some reach out and make connections, and this too. So thank you. I see you, Mr. Guarino. So please go ahead, and then we'll go back to Ms. Ziem.
Thank you. I just want to say real quick, but I think Ms. Bagley answered it very, very well, and I want to thank you for all that information. Like she said, other districts don't have the infection rate that we have here. Their metrics are different than us, and there are approximately 170 school districts in the state of New Hampshire, and as you said, Ms. Bagley, not a lot of these school districts that do have hybrid, they're operating like us, and I just wanted to make sure that the public knows we do have a plan for going back to hybrid, and we have information from Ms. Bobby Bagley on when, whether or not that's going, whether or not that's within the metrics, and we have a threshold. I want to thank Ms. Ziem for that question to Ms. Bobby Bagley about, there's a threshold when we might reach where we have to go back to remote. So I think we do have the information that we need. And less than 50% of the school districts are quote unquote back to school. But even within those 81 or 71, how many they're supposed to be back to school in New Hampshire, they're not all completely back 100%. A lot of them are doing hybrid. A lot of them are doing the things that we do. So I just wanted the public to have that information out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guarino. Ms. Ziem?
Did somebody else? I feel like I've spoken before, and I think Sharon wanted to speak. Maybe you should let her speak. No, okay. I wanted to ask Mrs. Bagley. Before I ask Mrs. Bagley, though, I would like to remind everybody, too, that several meetings ago, Mrs. Bagley told us that at these meetings, it's not one or two people. It can be 6 to 10 people. That means you have, a guidance counselor, a speech pathologist, a social worker. I mean, just goes on and on and on. Just coordinating 2,100 meetings with that many people, it's imagine having such a load in such a small window. I just cannot. And the other thing I think is very important for people to recognize is we have 12 elementary schools, if I remember correctly, and most of the schools that you're comparing us to have 1, 2, or 3. I think Hudson may have 2 or 3 elementary schools. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I mean, we have 6 times as many. So you cannot compare. You just cannot compare apples to oranges. They're different commodities, and it all comes through all of the details, which are so hard to wrap your arms around because it's a moving target. And so, but I wanted to ask Mrs. Bagley, going back to I keep wanting to I want to call both of you Mrs. Bagley, the public health lady, wonderful lady. Anyway, she was talking about when we should close down these classes. If I understood her, it had to do with the hospitalization rate. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I would like to hear from you because you are so much closer to the people, to the human element of it. And in my mind, so much of this human element is the risk that our teachers are facing. It's the health risks that they have for their family and themselves, their children. And so I would like to know how you feel about that scenario, how safe do you feel your teachers are? And we have had a mixture of emails, I tell you that honestly, because obviously, again, it goes to one shoe is not the same as the next shoe. One family, they don't have any small children at home. It's just mother and dad, and they're a young couple. The other one, totally different. They have 5 children and mother has a condition. So how do you personally feel about that?
So can I just interject? I'm so sorry, Ms. Seam. I don't want to put Ms. Bagley in a position where she's sharing her personal thoughts about a decision that's really our responsibility. But perhaps
I'm not asking her to make the decision, but I think that it's important, and this is my thought. But she is the director of that department. She's so close to it. I'm not asking her even to tell us what to do. I'm asking her if even sharing how great she feels the risk is, what she's seeing. I mean, these 18% who had to close, you had to be intimately involved in every one of those?
Yes. Yeah.
I think that's fair. Thank you, Ms. Seam.
The district has provided the staff with an excessive amount of PPE equipment to ensure that they are protected. Many of our students do wear masks, but many of them can't wear masks for one reason or another due to medical conditions or behavior, sensory, things like that. I think that we will obviously follow whatever the board recommends based on the input from public health. I'm not a public health employee. I don't want to say 20% is safe or 20% is not safe, but we will obviously follow whatever the board decides based on the input from public health. We will continue to supply PPE as the staff require and need. We have all of our staff have gowns and lab coats and face shields and face masks and gloves and hand sanitizing stations were just developed. More of them were deposited today in some of those classrooms. So we are keeping up with making sure that the staff have the PPE in order to maintain their safety. So I think that's going to be my commentary about that.
And I would just like to, I didn't want to put you on the spot, but neither did I not want to acknowledge that you are close to the problem. And if there was something you wanted to share with us, I think it's important that we hear from all of I would like to hear also how Dr. Mosley feels about this scenario, because you are we look to you for critical information. And again, I think you walk on water. That's the truth. And if I can ever help you stand up in the water, you need only ask, and I'll swim out there, and I don't swim. So, thank you.
Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on, stop. Ms. Seam, I adore you sometimes. It's just, I really do. And of course we all adore Ms. Bagley. And I do think that that's a critical question. Dr. Mosley, what is your advice for us on this subject?
You're so kind, Mrs. Eve. Thank you. And I know it's the Christmas spirit, and I'll just echo. There's this is a challenge. You have people on both sides of this. You really do, and it's been, in some ways, you can see both sides of it. Whatever you decide, the board decides. There's going to be some feedback on that decision. I think what's most important is that everyone keep a level of flexibility and understanding as we start to embark on very unknown territory. Really. No one expected us to be in this. It's going to be coming up on a year, and I know that people are feeling fatigue, and winter is here. So there's no real answers for the board in terms of what they want to do. All we can do as the leadership team, we've given the data, given you some perspective, had both public health and some numbers here, and we've been in hybrid right now with our kiddos, and we're going into about 5 days before Christmas. So whatever the board decides and whatever it is in place, we'll carry out with that directive from the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mosley. So Dr. Mosley has provided us with several charts regarding absenteeism for both students and staff, which I believe one of our board members requested. Did anyone have any specific questions about the absenteeism information? Oh, let's see, Ms. Brown and then Ms. Johnson.
Thank you very much. So regarding the school absentees from the first 2 months of school compared to the most recent 2 months, there seems to be a direct correlation between the higher cases of absenteeism in remote learning for the Title I schools. It looks like our overall rate of absences has only dropped about 3.5% from the first 2 months, which is not terribly bad district-wide. Whereas our Title I elementaries, Amherst Street dropped 6.81%. Let's see, Fairgrounds Elementary dropped over 8%. Ledge Streets dropped over 10%. Mount Pleasant's dropped over 9%. And then we're seeing a drop in Pennachuck and Elm Street middle schools at around 5%. It looks like 5%. I guess my primary question is, how are we addressing the inconsistency and inequality that's happening in the district at those lower income schools comparatively? And have you been strategizing to looking forward on how to engage those students better? I guess that's my question. I think it's pretty clear that the numbers are dropping at a much quicker rate at our lower income schools.
I'll defer to Dr. McKinney and then we can talk more. Okay.
Thank you. At some of our title schools, we have small pockets of children and families that, despite our best efforts, are not engaging in remote learning. These are students and families who just don't want to engage. So January to June, we're going to have some building level meetings, talk about putting interventions in place. These are kids that are most likely going to be on the list for getting some summer support, whether it's ELL Academy, the Power Scholars. In fact, we're looking to do some additional blast off programming for kids when the weather turns nice in the spring into the summer, and try to get these children into school. We also have, in that pocket of students, many have moved. They're not engaged in the district. So we're doing our best to track them down and get them engaged. Just a challenging circumstance for those schools and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McKinney. Sorry, Ms. Brown, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm glad that we're starting to reach out. When we start moving forward with our plans for these blast off events, is our intent, I guess I have two questions. Do we think that there's a technology issue here, or is it mostly seem to be that the Title I districts struggle more with remote engagement?
I don't know if it's fair to say that the title schools struggle more. I mean, we do have pockets of kids who, for example, participate in the classroom instruction but don't attend UAs and go to art, music, and PD. So we do have these varying degrees of participation. Those kids, despite our efforts, and we've gone out of our way to get them engaged, when we turn the corner into January, we've had these families on the other end that want to retain their kids. We're going to have difficult conversations around engagement, setting some attendance markers, and having kids engage on a consistent basis and start getting some progress and traction, because we're just not going to promote kids to the next grade level without having them ready to go. So we're hoping to think of creative ways to get all kids and have all kids have opportunities to get up to speed before they go to the next year. So let's hope for a nice warm March and spring.
Thank you. Yeah, I thank you. That's actually what's going to be my final follow-up question, was about how we're moving forward in, leveling up students, sending students to the next level. Are we making sure they're prepared with their foundations and things like that in reading and math and all of those things? So I'm glad that we're thinking ahead. Maybe it's something we can address a little more thoroughly in curriculum a little bit, but thank you, Dr. McKinney.
Thank you, Dr. McKinney, and thank you, Ms. Brown. I saw, I'm sorry, I'm losing track. I saw Ms. Johnson and then Ms. Bishop, please.
Thank you. I think in the springtime, I mentioned how we're going to make sure that the students that aren't engaged don't get promoted, and we make sure that they're on grade level. I think we're talking almost the same thing we spoke about in the springtime. Are these, I hate to say those students, are these the same students that were not engaged in the springtime with the remote learning? Does anybody know, have we kind of done any watching to see if they are the same students? Has anybody done anything like this?
Well, of course we're watching our students. That's our job and responsibility. It's schools and teachers. Excuse me, if I could just finish answering the question. Per policy, we're watching kids. There is the guideline. When there's any question around the student progress or academic achievement, there's a building level meeting held with the parents and issued a recommendation, whether to retain, accelerate, or promote that student. If the parents disagree, there's an appeal process. It comes to district office and we work through the layers of appeal. In the end, we put the plan together and the superintendent, per the regs of New Hampshire, can assign kids to a grade level. So I don't know what individual kids you're speaking of, but that's the process per policy, per the Nashua Board of Education. And for all those kids in the spring, we'll be looking at data and looking at interventions and doing our very best to make sure kids are ready for the next grade level or graduation or whatever the next intervention might be.
Okay, that's not my question, basically. I get what you're saying, but I know I mentioned this last spring when kids were falling behind. Kids weren't engaging. They weren't, we had numerous children here that weren't turning on the Chromebooks. They weren't logging in. So my question is, again, I'll make a threefold question maybe, I don't know. Okay, are they the same students that didn't log in last year that we're monitoring to make sure that we're on top of everything? Because if there's a pattern from last year to this year, we want to make sure, why aren't they logging in? Are they the same students from grade to grade? So their student record should be going with them, and you should be able to see that Johnny Doe didn't log in most of the time last year, and here's the pattern that's arising again. We should be on top of that. That's number one. Number two, also, when parents don't get any answers back from the teachers or principals, and I've gotten emails from parents about that, that they've written to their teachers about issues and nobody gets back to them. So I can only go by what I'm getting in emails, and I have to believe some of the parents here because they're the ones who's writing to me. So I think we need to have that clarity here that are these the same students that were falling behind last year that didn't log in? Are they continuing with the pattern? And how do we address that? Spring is too late to address that. That should be addressed and followed consistently now. And I understand that some parents aren't getting back. But are these the same kids that wouldn't go to school? And what will we do if they didn't go to school physically? So that's what my concern is right now. I mean, logging in, these Chromebooks, these students, the parents, and some parents might not be able to engage because they have to work and they're home working and trying to teach their kids and still have their kids in school. I mean, I'm fortunate. I don't have little ones at home anymore. But I mean, it becomes a big problem here because we didn't open up the schools and parents still have to work. And yet, I'd like to know the percentage. I guess I'm seeing all these numbers, but how many of these kids really fell through the cracks last year and this year? That are we doing anything to prevent it? Not springtime. We're going into the new semester. So by the time they get back from the vacation, we should be addressing this issue now. Thank you.
So, Ms. Johnson, so I'm trying to understand your question. So it sounds like you want to know if the students who weren't engaging in the spring are the same exact students that aren't engaging now.
Right.
One, two, and you want to know, then the follow-up is what efforts specifically are the schools doing to reach out?
Right, and also parents that are reaching out to teachers that they're not getting answers, and principals. I have to apologize if I don't sound clear tonight. I just did a double shift yesterday. I worked, came home, and then went back to work for another 4 hours yesterday to help out at work because we're super busy. So I am a little bit exhausted today, but I'm trying to get my thoughts as clear as possible. But that's really it. I want to make sure our students are not falling through the cracks, and come spring could be way too late to determine this. So, thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. McKinney.
Number one, there very well may be some of the same students in that cohort in the spring to May. We're not going to provide a list of names, but if there are individual concerns around kids, we're sure we can track them down. In regards to board members getting emails from parents and families who are not getting a response, Madam President, I kindly ask you to remind all board members to forward it to the administration to follow up and make sure they get an answer that very day. It does no good to have it on an email on somebody's desk when kids need help and support. The second part around waiting to the spring, we don't wait to the spring. We do it every day. Teachers intervene, find out where kids are, and we assign them to groups. There are IEP meetings, there are building level meetings, there's one-on-one support happening during office hours. So we're not waiting till the spring. And we've been back at this for a long, long time. I'm sorry, it's not what everybody anticipated, but in remote learning, the teachers are rock stars. Kids are learning. They are making growth and they're adapting, just like everybody is. Has it been a great ride? No, but there's a future in sight, and we're going to get outside and we're going to make big gains. Thank you. Any other questions? I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. McKinney. Yes, and I just want to remind people that if you have questions, if you're not getting back to it, start with your teacher, then the principal, and then Dr. McKinney or Mr. Parker, and then Dr. Mosley, and then the board. Because when we receive an email, I pop it back down to whatever level seems most appropriate, so it can go back up through the chain. Also, to Ms. Johnson's question, I had talked to, I forget who, recently about the same kind of question about how we're intervening. And I've heard things like school social workers reaching out and calling, that we're having the school resource officer actually sometimes go out to the houses and see if anybody is there. And the other thing was, like, in a last case effort would be to have DCYF go out and check on the family as well, which I think is more challenging in a pandemic than it was when Ms. Bishop and I were doing that. But that was my understanding. Was it you, Dr. McKinney? Well, I don't remember. Whoever told me those were additional steps that are being taken for those students who are consistently not logging in. So, is that correct?
Yes, we do have.
No, go
sorry.
ahead. Go.
There have been some instances of educational neglect where kids are actively enrolled in the district and the students are not attending. So we do follow up with social services as necessary. Yes.
Thank you. Maybe it was Dr. Mosley who told me all that.
I did, and I know I
I'm
was.
so sorry.
I know that we had through Bob Chopra too. We had done, and this is a kind of a, I use the word proactive, but some of our officers would go out to the home to do wellness checks for our kids just to make sure they're okay. And it wasn't anything punitive. We try not to do DCYF because it feels punitive, but if it's an extended amount of time, we do that. And we also had some, when kids do log in and there's been some issues, we've had DCYF called too. We try to do it as supportive rather than punitive for our families, and we're sensitive to having the police show up to someone's house because that can send ambiguous messages. But understanding that when we do this to the public and the people who are watching this, it's just out of support. That's all.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Mosley. And I think that's important. Because I did that for so long, I kind of have a different view. I'm like, well, of course we're there to help because that's what their social workers going out, but that's not really the reputation that DCYF has. So thank you for that. Okay, I lost track. I think it was Ms. Bishop next, and then everyone else will have to remind me who had hands up.
Thanks. This is just follow up to the well, obviously we're in the attendance section. These attendance numbers, are they the daily attendance or are they the in-class attendance? Because when the kids get to flip around classes, I know like my kid has had an appointment and I've had to call into her math class. So when we're looking at these daily attendance numbers, is this for the whole day or for each class? Like especially in the high school and the middle school.
I'm just
or the elementary school, Dr. McKinney, you're ready to go.
Oh, so close. We count attendance as participation plus work completion. So if there is a opportunity where a kid misses a lesson because they had to go to a doctor's appointment or something with family, they can make that up within 24 hours. So what you see is a snapshot in time. There might be some adjustments either way.
And my second part of that is obviously sitting in the policy committee. I know we've been recommended really not to make a lot of policies specific to the pandemic just because it's a bit redundant. And it's so flexible and moving that it's hard to pinpoint something down. But would it be helpful to come up with a standard to go across all of the schools in regards to the response to the amount of times kids have missed school? Like if it's a consecutive amount of days, if it gets to a percentage. I know we have attendance policies, but with kids being remote, do we need to look at that and just kind of not tailor it towards the pandemic, but just take a look at it again to make sure that we're not creating bigger opportunities for kids to fall through the cracks? Would that be helpful?
I think if I could just jump in real quick, I think attendance looks and feels differently across all three levels. So I would say that, I think having a discussion with the elementary principals and administration, along with the middle and the high, because those levels are just so different in terms of what's expected for attendance.
Right.
High school seniors attendance is completely different than what Dr. McKinney's talking about.
Right.
So it has to be germane to the grade level. I don't know if you wanted to add to that, Dr. McKinney or Mr. Parker, but.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, as a matter of fact, I'm reminded of a conversation where at least in the high schools, we need to clarify how we take attendance, because can be a little bit confusing, because some classes are done every day, or if you miss a certain amount, then we reach out to you because we haven't seen you, we haven't participated. And so That's one of the things that we are trying to streamline as we move forward, to say, okay, now that we've been doing this, all right, we believe there's a fair amount of accuracy, but there is some confusion there. And so I'm not going to deny that. And people would like a more consistent system so that we know what they're working with. Right. And I know that because some teachers reached out to me. And so that's something that principals and I will be working on, are working on.
Okay.
So
And we can continue to workshop this if you want in policy. That's up to you, Mr. Parker. I'm willing to sit down and have this discussion more in depth if you want to.
That's fine. That's fine.
It's up to you.
That's fine. Well, I think it could be helpful. Let's put it that way. And then we can follow up offline.
Yeah. Parameters are always good anyway, but I'm a rule follower.
That sounds like a possible policy agenda item going forward. Is there any other discussion regarding the attendance data? No? Okay. So it is now 7:50. Our 2-hour meeting should end in 10 minutes, and we are prepared to begin our agenda. I will be asking us to extend the meeting if we don't get through the whole agenda in 10 minutes. So we did our recognition. Yay. We're on the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they would like to add or remove to the consent agenda? Seeing no one, I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
It's by Ms. Ziem, and it is seconded by Ms. Bishop. Oh, there you are, Mr. Guarino. Mr. Guarino, when you're ready, can you call the roll?
Sure. As soon as I find my list. I had a list. Okay. All right. Okay, on the motion to approve the consent agenda, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Giglio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons, Gloria.
Ms. Timmons, can you hear us?
I said yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Motion carries 9-0.
Fantastic. All right, we have no items removed from the consent agenda. Now would be the time to call if you have a public comment related to items on the agenda. We have no communications outside of the consent agenda. Okay, so now we are on to public comments. Did I go too quickly? Ms. Kinsella, do we have people in the room? Fantastic. Okay, so the public comment period is limited to 15 minutes. So I'm going to ask each caller to try and keep their comments to 2 minutes or less. Welcome caller 2094. If you could please identify yourself.
Hi, good evening. Gary Hoffman, 38 Fern Street, Nashua, New Hampshire. So I was listening to Bobby Bagley's presentation tonight, and she had mentioned the positivity rate for COVID-19 is over 12%, and there are 855 active cases right now in the city. I really don't think we should be having in-person special ed services right now. I think that it's really unsafe. I think you need to reconsider that. I know there's that emergency order 64. However, I know that safety is a consideration, so I suggest you look into that. Furthermore, after this holiday season, I feel that it's likely that this surge is going to just continue. Especially given the fact that your middle school and elementary school hybrid plans call for maskless dining in homerooms. I really feel that it's probably the best thing to do tonight to simply postpone the start of hybrid till February vacation. We have vaccines coming out, and teachers and other frontline workers and paras and school service, other school support staff are going to be in Group 1B. I think that right now that's the safe decision to make. I really encourage you to consider that. A lot of teachers right now have pre-existing conditions. They're trying to negotiate the right verbiage with their doctor's notes. But I feel if we do open everything up on January 19th, it's going to be a really unsafe situation. So I'm calling for you to delay the start of hybrid. I'm also asking you to look at special education in-person services. Consider shutting that down too. All right, thank you. Have a nice night.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Just a reminder to callers, this is the calling period for items on the agenda. I will accept discussion regarding Ms. Bagley's discussion this evening, even though it was a last minute addition. But please try and keep your comments to items on the agenda for this evening. Hi, caller 0634. If you could please identify yourself.
Good evening. This is Adam Marcoux. I'm president of the Nashua Teachers Union. I reside at 4 Jalori Lane. I'm the father of 2 children that are school age at the high school and Nashua High School South, and one at Maine Dunstable Elementary School. I will do my best to keep it to 2 minutes, but I make no promises. I first want to acknowledge the 2 student reps, Joshua Gow and Stephen Norris, for their incredible work over the last school year. They were outstanding. Let me rephrase that. They were outstanding every time in our meetings, and sometimes were a level of clarity that was welcome to the board. Second, I don't really care to hear about members of the board's work schedules. I invite you to attend any of the 13 schools that are open, or the more than 1,500 staff members that are working every day, every night, all hours, to see a day in the life of them. I'd also like to remind board members, although this is addressed by some of you already, and by Dr. Mosley as well, that we do have students in school. We do have teachers, we do have paras, we do have food service workers, nurses, secretaries, service providers, custodians, administration, and my apologies to our nurses. Our apologies to anyone that I forgot. I did not neglect you on purpose. But our schools, 13 of our buildings are open, as you heard tonight. So there are people in those buildings already right now. There was some concerns that emails were being ignored or not answered. I sent one on December 11th, December 14th, December 15th, December 18th, and December 20th. To date, out of all of those combined, I have received 2 responses to my emails. Now, I understand, as someone who's inundated with emails every day myself, that you are probably inundated with emails as well. However, when I'm asking questions for more than 1,600 people on what hybrid is and what is the threshold regarding a matrix the board approved on November 30th to pull the plug on services in schools, and I have crickets, that doesn't give me warm and fuzzy feelings about what the board is going to do. I have used the lines to my membership more than once, more than twice, probably more than ever, that I don't know. Someone even made me a shirt that says, I don't know, with this stick figure guy shrugging his shoulders. Acknowledging emails from the president of the Nashua Teachers Union representing 1,600 or so people when we have concerns about safety and well-being of our students and staff would have helped. Mrs. Bagley from the Department of Health was good tonight with her information. Mrs. Bagley from the school district with the special ed information was good, was helpful to me. We have members of the union, I fully admit, that are on all sides of this argument. I have members that are itching to get back into school and would go back tomorrow if that was the direction. I have members saying they're not comfortable going in. They don't feel safe. They have concerns for their family, for themselves, and most of them don't qualify for the ADA or FMLA leaves. And then they're given some sort of options of, well, you're come to work or you should submit your resignation. Now, I know that was addressed in the HR committee this evening by Ms. O'Gara in the intent, and it was also addressed by Dr. Mosley in an email to me. So those are where we are at right now, and every day the numbers continue to go up. And, you know, I have a hard time choosing between services for our students and the health and safety of those said students and teachers and staff. I don't know why we have to choose. We were put in a challenging position by the state. I have been on the record in every single piece of writing that I have sent that I fully support students in receiving those accommodations and modifications as required to meet them at their needs wherever they may be, whether identified or not. We all do that for all of our students. Some have a legal document, some don't. We all want our students to be successful in school, but I have a hard time having to decide between their health and safety and said services as we're in the middle of the pandemic. And I really struggle acknowledging that the board, again, still sits in Zoom meetings while we have our 13 of our buildings open. And I understand that there's some technicalities about moving equipment to and from wherever it is now to Nashua High School North, and that I fully understand and recognize that members of the board have concerns for their health and well-being. I'm just curious if they have ADA accommodations for their meeting at home. My teachers and staff don't have that choice to decide where they work from if they don't have an ADA accommodation. I don't know if it sends the right message that the board continues to meet remotely and we send staff into buildings every day. And something mentioned tonight, and I really thank Dr. McKinney for his comments on family outreach, because family outreach to our kids and our families is not something that started because of COVID-19. It's something that happens on the first day of school and all 180 days of school if necessary, regardless if we're in COVID, we're in normal time, we're in you know, an alternative universe. It's not something that just popped up because of COVID-19. It looks different because of COVID-19 and is definitely more challenging, but it's not something that's new for us. I'm really struggling with what's going on in our city right now. I don't envy you making the task, but I am going to push hard that the board stick to policies and procedures that they've put in place when making decisions for the city of Nashua, our students and staff, because right now, I don't think that always happens. I think that there are a lot of unanswered questions that I have expressed in writing several times that still go unanswered, and we're just expected to go on our merry way. So I look forward to the rest of this meeting, I think, and I will end. I wish you all a nice holiday season and a happy new year. And I have never looked forward to the end of a calendar year more than I have looked forward to the end of 2020. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marcoux. Hi, caller 5415. If you could please identify yourself and try and keep your comments to 2 minutes. Hello, caller 5415.
Yes, this is Robin Goulet.
Okay. Hi. Go ahead, Ms. Goulet.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm a longtime resident since 1981 in Nashua. My children attended the public schools, and I would just like to say I commend our teachers, our Nashua teachers. They've been working so hard, and I just really put them on a pedestal, as Mrs. Ziem had mentioned, and Stephen gave them accolades, as well as the president of the board for the special education teachers. My daughter is a teacher, actually. She chose this profession, even though in my mind, the pay is pitiful. I've tried to encourage her to pursue other opportunities for her education and her abilities, but she loves teaching, she loves Nashua, and she loves the students. And I'm really concerned as a citizen, as well as a parent of a teacher right now. I just don't feel the teachers are being listened to. And they're certainly not at the table for the discussion. I think the administrators are somewhat, but you do have some heavy-handed decisions you're making. And I, as a citizen, would like to see more involvement of the teachers for you to listen to them. They've got concerns, they've got questions as employees, and you're their employee. The city is their employer. I'm a federal government employee, and you know, we're being very cautious in the federal government on all of the treatment of our employees. And, you know, it's not, me going to work is different than a teacher going with numerous children in their classroom and transferring from room to room. It's just a totally different environment compared to a lot of places of employment with adults, where adults work with adults. It's not the same environment. And so it poses additional risk for the teachers and other staff that work in the district. So, you know, I do hear you commend the teachers, but I would like to see you reach out to the teachers more, give them the answers, bring them in the discussion, get back with them. Don't threaten them with either you're coming back to school or hand in your letter of resignation. When I heard that just happen, it really disappointed me as a resident of Nashua. We've got excellent teachers, as Mrs. Ziem mentioned, and I do think you respect them. I respect them, and I would just love for them to be a part of the discussion from here on in until the rest of the school year. With everything going on, they need to be at the table making decisions with you. Please, this is, I guess, what I'm calling for, is to ask you to bring them into the discussion and let them be a part of the decision making. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Part of the decision making. Thank you.
Okay. Hi there, caller 8190.
Hello, how are you? This is Stephanie Keating Baird. I am a teacher in the Nashua School District. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Keating Baird.
Okay. I'm a teacher in the Nashua School District, and I'm a member of the executive board of our union. And I've been listening to these meetings for a few months now, and I really didn't want to call in because I felt as though I didn't have anything to add, but I really feel the need to call in tonight. What I see as a human being is the politicalization of this entire COVID situation. We are playing politics with people's lives. You know, I want to address a couple of things. First of all, we talk about the students being behind. Well, I don't think we are alone. In fact, I think that because of COVID-19 being a pandemic, every child in the world is no farther behind than the next one. Yes, some schools have opened for hybrid, but then they quickly close. Last month, there was a question of how New York public schools could open and we couldn't. Well, if you looked into it, the deal was that they were testing their students and their staff, every teacher, every week in every school building. And then they were closing schools. And guess what? New York City schools are closed again. So I don't understand why we are still open. You, the board, agreed to follow the matrices established by the New Hampshire Department of Education and the New Hampshire Department of Public Health. We are in a substantial zone. We are over 11% positive COVID cases in Nashua. 36% of the transmission is happening in schools and daycares. That's what Bobby Bagley said tonight. We should not be open at all. There shouldn't be any question. It shouldn't be us teachers having to call in and say, please pay attention to that. I realize that there are parents who want their children in school, but I think that in the end, they may thank us for saving their children's lives. Be a parent. I was a single mother for many years. When I was sick, I got a babysitter. When my students were sick and stayed home from school, I got a babysitter. When I had things that I had to do, I got a babysitter. Get some help if you need help at home. Yes, it cost me more to hire a babysitter so I could go to work to stay with my sick children than I made in a day, but that was my responsibility. So be a parent. And second of all, stop making this a political question. It's not. It is about our lives. And there are our colleagues, our friends who are scared and who have every right and reason to be. And it's totally unfair that we have to make this decision or that we have to speak about it. And that's really all I wanted to say. I hope you have a really nice Christmas, Heather. All right, take care.
Thanks, Ms. Keating-Bard. Same to you.
I got a babysitter.
Okay.
When my
Caller
students were
8310, you're on with us. You could turn your television and.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Linda Walsh, 207 Manchester Street. I'm a sixth grade teacher, have been for 20 years. I didn't want to call in tonight, but then when I saw the presentation by Ms. Bagley, I thought that I would. I don't know much about epidemiology, but I do know something about report cards. And when I looked at the presentation that Ms. Bagley put out tonight, I was seeing that we're in the substantial range, which is bright red. And I don't know, to me, that looks like we've got about a D as a combined community of Nashua for COVID numbers right now. And that doesn't seem good. People in the community, they want schools open, but they're not doing their part to keep the numbers down. And it's not the BOE's fault that we can't go to school, and it's not the superintendent's fault that we can't go to school, and it's certainly not teachers' fault that we cannot go to school. So whose fault is it? And I'm left thinking that it's the city of Nashua's fault. And every member of this city needs to do their part in this pandemic group project. I hated group projects when I was in school, and I don't give group projects as a teacher because I was always that kid that wanted to get the good grade and I wanted to do the work. And I crossed my fingers that other people in my group would want to get a good grade as well. And you know how group projects work. It ends up that 3 out of 5 students don't come prepared for the presentation and everyone gets a C-. And you know what? We're not getting a C- in Nashua right now. So here we are with a big fat D. And when I was in 6th grade, if I got a low grade, my parents would give me a consequence. And growing up in the 80s, I guess that meant that they took away my Rubik's Cube or my Commodore 64. So instead of playing Oregon Trail, I had to study my math facts or do fractions. But as a teacher, I see the same thing with kids, and their parents give them a consequence if they don't want to do the hard work to reach their goals. So it seems to me that we're placing the blame in the wrong place. And I keep hearing that teachers don't want to go back to school. Teachers don't want to go back to school. We are in school. I am working harder than I have in 20 years. It feels like I am a new teacher again. So every member of this Nashua community, forget about the state of New Hampshire and how rural it is and how much different it is from Nashua. We're the second most urban city in the state, and we need to start acting that way and making decisions that way. So there are consequences for community members' choices. Things like not being able to go to your restaurant, not being able to go to Home Goods, not being able to go to school. Like, we're all in the same boat, and we can't do the activities that we love to do. So everyone needs to stop placing the blame and put the blame where it actually belongs, with all of us. We're a part of this group project, and only some members are doing the work. So it is not safe to open schools right now. That is not an opinion. That's following the numbers. And you don't have to like it. Nobody likes a pandemic. People just don't like things. I don't like wearing a mask. I don't like doing this. I don't like doing that. No one likes a pandemic, but in-person school comes with a price tag. And that price tag is low COVID numbers. So until this community can get low COVID numbers, you as a board really need to take a look at what your job is. And I am begging you as a teacher to put student and staff safety first. Do not make it political. Do not, pull out articles about why this is fake and this is fake. I don't understand what kind of world we're living in right now. If the community wants to put in the hard work, they'll bring down the numbers and everyone gets to go back to school. So as a Board of Education, I'm figuring that you've got a job and maybe you just need to take away Nashua's Xbox and maybe you need to change the Wi-Fi code or take away TikTok because we need a consequence for our behavior in the city. And so I'm begging you, please, to look at the metrics and come up with a cutoff that makes sense. You need to demand a cutoff that makes sense for Nashua. And if I can't be with my family for the holidays, and I wasn't with them for Thanksgiving, and it's a good thing because my niece and my nephew got COVID, and my custodian at work right now has COVID. I know 3 people right now that have COVID. So if I can't be with my family for the holidays, I'm not sure how you're putting me back to school. If you're not willing to come in and substitute for teachers that are out and come walk the walk that you're asking us to do, then we should not be in school. So please put student and teacher safety first because it is not moral or safe or ethical to send us back with the numbers that are in the substantial range. It is a D on our report card and we can do better than this, Nashua. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that ends our 15-minute public comment period. It is now 8:15 p.m. We have gone over our 2-hour limit, so I am looking for someone to make a motion to extend the meeting.
So moved.
Okay, Ms. Zine, could you put it in a motion, please?
I make a motion that we extend the meeting as long as necessary until we finish the agenda.
I second it.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion to extend indefinitely? Okay, it's our last meeting of the year, so let's go for it. Mr. Guarino, can you call the roll?
Okay, on the motion, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Zine,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay, great. Dr. Mosley, the floor is yours for superintendent comments.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to start by just saying thank you to the staff for everything you've done thus far. This has been hard. It really has been hard. And I'll just share with you my experience, both as superintendent and as a father, that these staff have done incredible work in remote learning since the get-go. Never complaining, never talking about what doesn't work. It's always been, how do we make it work? That's the staff, that's the directors, that's the central office. We're all trying to do the best we can. And I just wanted to start by saying thank you for everything you've given our kids, our students. In some cases, some of the staff have started classes late because they've gone to a doctor's appointment and they come back and they start their classes. It's just been amazing. And sometimes it's not always captured here in our board meetings, but our staff are working tremendously hard and have done yeoman's duty during this time of a pandemic. I want to echo some of the sentiments that Ms. Walsh shared with us earlier. We're all in this together. There's no blame in this. There's no blame for a pandemic. And, you know, we have to work and support each other. I hope that during this break that our staff and our families have some time to spend with their loved ones in their immediate homes, enjoy each other's company. I wanted to say happy holidays to our community, to our families. Whether you're watching a Charlie Brown Christmas or bringing in the New Year's, I think we all will agree that I'm looking forward to the end of 2020 and looking forward to 2021. I appreciate all the work that everyone has done. I want to wish everyone a happy holiday, including everyone on the board and in the public. And certainly, please get some rest. Zoom meetings, I hope, become a thing of the past. And just maybe, as Miss Walsh made reference to her, I think she said Rubik's Cube or ColecoVision. I hope that we can make reference 20 years from now about Zoom and doing work here. So I appreciate everything that everyone's doing. And thank you. God bless you, and have a great new year if I don't see the public and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mosley. That was lovely. Does anyone have any board response to the superintendent's comments? I don't see any hands. So, Mr. Gao, do you have any further student member of the board comments for us?
I think just to echo what Dr. Mosley said, thank you everyone. Merry Christmas, or just happy holidays, whatever holiday it is that they may celebrate, and have a wonderful new year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gao. I think we're all going to miss your contributions.
You coined the year of the vision. Well, I'm glad we're out of here, right, Josh? Because you coined year of the vision, right?
I remember that. Yeah, actually, now that you say that, what's 2021, Dr. Mosley?
Year of glasses with vision, I guess, right? We call it something, right?
Vision.
Not sure.
I remember our first meeting. You said happy 2020, year of the vision.
Yeah, I think we moved a lot. I just can't imagine, like, that was like only 12 months ago, but it's just like a completely different world. But definitely, like, if anything, like next year we're gonna have bigger visions, bigger aspirations.
Absolutely.
But they'll come out right this time.
Amen.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Deem?
Can I just say that I hope our student member, in his victories, you give us something to brag about. So as you make victories, come back and let us know so that we can let the world know that you are a reflection of our successes, because we need that, okay? So go and win all your battles and come back and share them with us, okay?
Thank you so much. I might have to call back on public comment and just tell you a bit about my life.
That's good.
You only got 15 minutes, so make it quick.
Two minutes max per person. That's what we're shooting for. Okay, and we should all actually aspire to 2-minute comments. All right, we don't have anything from the Committee on Budget right now, but I know that will be coming up in 2 months. Woo! Actually, less than that, maybe 4 or 5 weeks. Committee on Finance and Operations. Ms. Oden.
Okay, we have some motions that came out of the December 8th, 2020 Finance and Operations Committee. The first one is move to approve the purchase of 900 chairs and 240 desks from Verco at Nashua High School South for $94,155 from account 91.1.031160-71800.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Sorry, since I forgot I wasn't on mute a minute ago.
Yep, no problem.
Do we have discussion on Ms. Oden's motion?
The last meeting, North had submitted theirs. North just got chairs. I think it was 1,402, but South needed some desks. That's the main difference between the two orders.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Oden. Go ahead, Mr. Guarino.
Okay, on the motion, Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson?
No.
Sandra Ziem?
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop?
Yes.
Sharon Gilio?
Yes.
Jessica Brown?
Yes.
Heather Raymond?
Yes.
Dottie Oden?
Yes.
Gloria Timmons?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1. Thank you.
Move to approve the purchase of 20 computer workstations for the CTE television program from IT Insiders for a cost of $30,778. Funding is from the Perkins Grant.
Second that.
Discussion? Okay. Go ahead, Go ahead, Mr. Guarino.
Raymond Guarino votes yes on the motion. Paula Johnson?
Yes.
Sandra Zine?
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop?
Yes.
Sharon Gilio?
Yes.
Jessica Brown?
Yes.
Heather Raymond?
Yes.
Dottie Oden?
Yes.
Gloria Timmons?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Third motion is to approve the proposal from Municipal Resources to develop salary scales for the NASIS union in the amount of $7,500 to come from account 91.1.992320-53628.
I will second that motion.
And I would like to explain that NASIS is the Nashua Association of School Administrators and Supervisors. I believe that was the latest union that was formed. And maybe Mr. Donovan can speak to why we need an outside consultant to do this. The City Hall has used this same consultant to do this work. Mr. Donovan, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. This has been a request of this union for the last 2 to 3 years. It's been brought up in negotiations. It's actually in the contract. It states a good faith effort will be made by the Joint Labor Management Committee to develop salary scales for all bands of members of this bargaining unit. So this is something that's been attempted to be done internally. It's just, I think, too big an effort to do it, especially for a group like this that has very different types of people, from directors to sort of food service type people. So I think having the outside firm do it makes a lot of sense, so that they can have some sort of a grid that has some details behind it and some research behind it.
Okay. Anybody have any questions, comments?
I don't see any. Mr. Guarino, when you're ready. Mr. Guarino, are you ready to call the roll?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
On the motion, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson?
No.
Sandra Zine?
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop?
Yes.
Sharon Gilio?
Yes.
Jessica Brown?
Yes.
Heather Raymond?
Yes.
Dottie Oden?
Yes.
Gloria Timmons?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1.
Thank you. Move to accept and place on file the fiscal year 21 November transfer report.
Second it.
Is that Ms. Timmons at second?
Yes.
Okay.
Any discussion on this motion? Great. Mr. Guarino, when you're ready.
Okay. On the motion, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson?
Yes.
Sandra Zine?
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop?
Yes.
Sharon Gilio?
Yes.
Jessica Brown?
Yes.
Heather Raymond?
Yes.
Dottie Oden?
Yes.
Gloria Timmons?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay. Thank you. And that's it for the report for tonight.
Okay, great. Ms. Kinsella has worked on some calendars or is working on some calendars for meetings starting in January. So we should have that for our next meeting so that everyone will know when the next committee meetings will be. Okay, Committee on Policy, Ms. Bishop, what have you got for us this evening?
Oh, you know, just some stuff. So we met on December 15th. We have a couple of policies that we brought before you guys. I hope everybody reviewed them. The first one is a recommendation to approve policy EHAA, employee use of network resource and telecommunication systems as amended.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Seem. Do we have any discussion?
I think Mr. Rodriguez has been sitting here all night just in case, so somebody come up with something.
Mr. Rodriguez, is there anything that you want board members to consider as they vote on this motion?
I am not going to open up Pandora's box, so I'll just leave it to the board to throw the questions at this way.
Okay. I know you guys covered this in your December 15th meeting thoroughly, in my opinion. So,
yes.
Anybody have anything else? No? All right, Mr. Guarino, we are ready for the roll, it appears. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
No problem.
Good work.
On the motion, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Zine,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Great.
Right, do you get to tap out now?
I don't know.
All right.
Well, thank you for sticking around for that. So the next policy that we're looking at is a recommendation to approve proposed policy IHBG, home education instruction and access to curricular and co-curricular programs as amended.
Second.
Yep.
Who seconded that?
I did, Sharon.
Okay, thank you.
So I do have one question for this, and I apologize because I didn't have time to watch the entire video of your last meeting. What is the change, or is this an entirely new?
This is new.
Brand new. Okay. Good.
Mr. Parker, do you want to speak to it a little bit?
Came at the request of student services. As I said at the policy subcommittee meeting, we don't anticipate that a lot of students would use this, but as we have a student being homeschooled now, we thought it best to have a policy on the books so that administration and parents and students can be clear about what homeschooling means and what their rights and responsibilities are that they are owed and what the district is required to give them if they were to participate in a homeschooling program. And so it was just for clarity and to set parameters so that we're not trying to figure it out because we did not have a policy, a homeschool policy. Again, we have one student that I'm aware of now that's sparked this. Mr. Chopra came to me and we did some research and so there it is. It's pretty straightforward. And
Thank you, Mr. Parker. I'm really excited to see this. When I worked at DCYF, we had a few cases under RSA 193 regarding homeschooling. And it was always a challenge when districts didn't have a home school policy because there was really no record keeping. So I'm totally for this. I see that Ms. Brown and Ms. Johnson have questions. Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. My first question is, was this something that we adapted from the New Hampshire State Board Association, or they peruse it for us or something, our legal counsel?
Indirectly, yes. And so what we did was I looked at, I'm part of an assistant superintendent's group. And so I didn't have to start from scratch. All right. And so you go to existing policies. Okay, and there's some policies that have been updated as of this year. Okay, and we look at the ones that make the most sense for us for Nashua. Now, did some of those start as a template with the New Hampshire School Boards Association? Probably, but the ones that we originally looked at to form our own template that's already been vetted by lawyers, yes, including Nashua School Boards Association, and is in compliance with the law.
Excellent. And just to confirm, this still gives any homeschool students access to any kind of co-curricular, extracurricular activities through the school. I did see the mention that coaches may require, and I was actually just looking at it because I should have highlighted it earlier, some kind of extra, something extra to be allowed to involved in programming. Is that something that's going to be an extreme, or would that be something that they're requiring of all students in that program?
Well, any student who's being homeschooled, right, who wants to participate in Nashua School District's extracurriculars is subject to the rules and regulations that any student in Nashua who goes to Nashua schools would have to go through. So that's athletics, use of library books, textbooks, requirements. Let's say if we were back normally, you want to be a part of the marching band, you want to be a part of the school play. And so you are subject to those protocols that any in-district student who attends our schools would have to participate in. Health clearances, things like that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And then how does it work in accordance with access to, it says portfolio of records and access to materials, samples of writing. Is that just make sure that they're performing on grade level?
Yes. So let's say if a student was supposed, wanted to come back into the district, we have to be able to assess where to place you. So we look at records, we look at assessments and things like that to see, which level you belong in, which kind of class you belong in, what you're capable of doing.
Okay. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. So since we don't have a policy in place now, so anybody who's pulled their child out of the district right now is homeschooling them, what mechanism do we have in place?
I'm sorry, could you clarify that for me?
Okay, so any parent that is pulling their child out of school right now and starting to homeschool them, we don't have a policy in place. We're being told that this is new, right?
That's
This is a new policy. So I guess if we don't have a policy, so what mechanism do we have in place to do anything once they pull the kid out of school? Are we following up?
We do have.
This is for the opposite situation where you have someone who is who's homeschooled and going into our school. So I think there's some confusion here.
Right,
Right, Mr. Parker?
I can hear you, Mr. Guarino.
She's asking about a student that comes out of our system being homeschooled, but this is actually the opposite. This is talking about students that are homeschooled that come into our system. So
no.
Yeah, it could be students who had been homeschooled and coming into our system.
Right, and she's asking
people who had been in our system, left for a time, and then came back.
That's what it says here. Notice for students withdrawing from the district.
Right.
I don't think I'm kind of confused, not
Right.
unless this whole thing is confusing here.
No,
That's what I'm reading. So I'm just kind of confused that we have nothing in place now to follow up on students that's being taken out of school. That's what my question is.
Right. No, we have no legal rights to follow up on students once they've been disenrolled from our school district. They're no longer our students, and so we have no authority over them. Dr. McKinney?
But this is giving.
Two things. Thank you, Madam President. Yes, we have a procedure in place for families when they're going into home education status. They notify student services and they fill out a form. The genesis behind the policy is to outline what home education students can have access to for curricular materials. Without a policy in place, it's to outline it for families and students, but also to protect the district. For example, if we have 5 subscriptions for a middle school student, this policy is saying we don't provide all of those things and testing and materials for that student, but we certainly can provide the curricular materials like the textbook, a notebook, or any of the hard materials that are used. We're inundated by requests, obviously during remote learning, to say, I want everything you're giving to a student during remote learning while I'm in home education status. We don't have the funding or the subscriptions or the accounting to manage all of that for somebody who's not actively in this school district in Aspen as a student. So per recommendation of Steve Bennett, we put together a policy and it outlines it more clearly for both sides. Thank you.
So let me do a follow-up question. So if where we don't have a policy now, so if they asking for the same thing on the remote learning, even though they're homeschooling right now, do we have to provide it for them, or we're not providing it for them? We're not. So this is just saying that what we're not doing right now, we're going to continue not to do because of we have the policy in place now. That clarifies everything. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this RSA 193-A:7 that talks about when a parent guardian chooses to independently contact with an individual teacher to perform evaluation services, the teacher may charge a fee. That's what the state, that's under the RSA, and we just put that right in here to clarify that. Is that it? The RSA? Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions on this policy or the motion to approve the policy? I don't see anybody else. So Mr. Guarino, go ahead and take the roll.
Okay, on the policy, on the motion for IHBG, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons. Gloria. Yes, okay, I gotcha. Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you all very much. The last recommendation that we're going over is the approval of proposed policy IHBGR, participation in public school activities by home educated charter and non-public schools. This is just kind of a.
Seconded by Ms. Ziem.
Oh, thanks.
Sorry.
You can stop me from talking anytime. It's helpful for me.
Go ahead if you'd like to
I
speak.
could go every. So does anybody have any questions about this one?
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, is this new, or is this just a cleanup? Because I see in bold, the principal's decisions shall be final, so is this a brand new one?
Yeah.
Is this proposed brand new?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this. Okay, so, okay, thank you.
Anything else?
No, this is just outlining how to participate, correct?
Right.
Yes. Okay, great. Mr. Guarino, whenever you're ready for the roll call.
Okay, on the motion, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
No.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1.
Fantastic. We don't have a date yet for the next policy meeting. But I do want to point out that I remembered to let Heather be in charge of this tonight.
Good job.
Allowing her to let people vote. So
Kudos to you, Jen.
I finally did it.
All right.
See you
it's
next
been a
month.
hard year to have for your first year on the Board of Education because this is not normal operating procedure. I think it's been tough all over. Okay, moving on to Curriculum and Evaluation Committee. Ms. Brown, what have you got for us this evening?
All right, thank you very much. So we have two recommendations this evening. First, we'd like to I move to recommend to approve, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I move to approve the high school program of studies for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
Did you wish to speak to it?
No, we had not a huge number of added courses and drop courses. Most of them were, for drop things, were CTE items that either had very low enrollment or social studies classes that we had a few low enrollment over the course of the last several years. And the CTE items were changing names to make them a little bit better defined what the class was. And then we actually are adding a program of study on and I actually don't have the name of the class. If somebody's got that written down, I would welcome it. It's a diversity class available as an elective to 10th, 11th, and 12th graders at the high school through the social studies program. So I think there's a pretty, it was a nice class to add to our course catalog. Any questions?
Thank you. It's called Diversity in America for 10, 11, and 12th graders.
Correct.
And I think it looks fantastic and I'm really excited to see it. And I hope that as we continue to go through the social studies curriculum over the next year that we can continue to add some more accurate historical information into our program of studies. Anyone else? Mr. Guarino?
Yeah, I want to thank the curriculum chair for bringing this forward and the curriculum committee for bringing it forward. There are lots of good studies. I saw a drone class in there and some other technical studies. And the studies in diversity, I think it's important that our students learn what that is, what it means, and how diversity brings strength and resilience to society. So I'm really thankful to the staff, to the teachers and the staff for adding this to our program, and I will support it.
Thank you, Mr. Guarino. I don't see any other hands. So when you're ready, Mr. Guarino, please call the roll.
Okay. On the motion, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson?
No.
Sandra Ziem?
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop?
Yes.
Sharon Gilio?
Yes.
Jessica Brown?
Yes.
Heather Raymond?
Yes.
Dottie Oden?
Yes.
Gloria Timmons?
That's an absolutely yes from me.
Motion carries 8-1 with Paula Johnson in the negative.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Guarino. Ms. Brown?
Yes, so our next recommendation is to approve the Project Aware grant in the amount of $38,770. So I move to approve the Project Aware grant in the amount of $38,770.
Second.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Was that Ms. Timmons who seconded it?
I think so, yep. Okay.
Oh, Sharon.
Oh, and Sharon.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Does anyone wish to ask any questions or speak on this?
So if you want me to just clarify what the grant is for.
Sure.
So we have been working on, we had a grant previously for $50,000 for multi-tiered system for support behavior for the, from the New Hampshire Department of Education. And that grant was, we didn't receive it this year. So this grant comes from Project Aware, which is Advancing Wellness and Resiliency in Education. And So we have changed up some of the items on the list of things that we were having taken care of through the multi-tiered system of behavior supports, so that it fits within the $38,000 budget of the secondary grant.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. Any other comments or questions about it? Okay. Mr. Guarino, could you call the roll, please?
Okay, on the motion, Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. And thank you, Dr. McKinney. And I forgot to say thank you to Mr. Parker for all your work on those committees this year. And Mr. Donovan's here too. Thank you, Mr. Donovan. Okay, Committee on Human Resources. Ms. Timmons?
Thank you. I move to suspend the rules as the HR committee met earlier today.
Second. Oh. Okay. Mr. Guarino, when you're ready.
Okay, on the motion to suspend the rules, Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. I move to approve the revised personnel recommendation dated December 21st, 2020.
Second.
Okay. Any comments or questions? I don't see any. Go ahead, Mr. Guarino.
On the motion, Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes, she will.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Finally, I move to approve Ms. Gatney for the assistant principal at Letch Street Elementary School for the 2021 school year at an annual salary of $73,500.
Second.
Okay. On the
Any
motion,
comments or questions?
Okay.
No? Sorry. Ray, go ahead.
all right. On the motion, Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yep.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
That is it.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Timmons. And thank you, Ms. O'Gara. Okay. So do we have any liaison reports? I don't hear any. I think the only, oh, we do. JSSBC. Did anyone want to give a brief update on JSSBC and the middle school project? Mr. Guarino?
I'm going to have to do it from memory because I don't have my notes in front of me, but we're making progress on the rehabilitation of the fairgrounds in Pennachuck, and they're getting some portable classrooms ready for which are going to be used in the interim while the construction is going on. And the other, I think, important news is that actually from previous meetings is that the city has entered a purchase and sale agreement for the property for the new driveway that's going to go from Ridge Road into the property for the new middle school. So I don't know if a lot of people are aware of that, but they have secured the purchase and sale agreement. And I know Sharon was shaking her head. She might have a better memory of what is happening. I'm trying to remember. We had an architect's report from the last meeting, but go ahead, Sharon.
No, well, they were just saying that because they've gotten a lot done at Fairgrounds because of the fact that the students haven't been there, but everything's going to be completely ready. The portables and the areas of the school they're going to be using when school resumes in January.
That's right. Fairgrounds is actually ahead of schedule construction.
Yeah, they had a schedule and below budget.
Right, under budget.
All good news. Ms. Ziem, did you have a question?
Yes. Do we know how large the piece of land was and how much they're paying for it?
That information, I don't know if it's been made public yet.
I think it is, and it is in the November meeting minutes from the JSSBC. I do not recall all of the details off the top of my head. It was around $300,000, which I thought was a bit, but
how big is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, that would be the key to whether it's a bid.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's
About 24 feet wide and about a half mile long.
Say that again?
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Yeah. I think there's a couple of different parcels that might have been.
But it is in the November JSSBC meeting minutes on our website. So anybody who wanted to could look that up. There's also a lot of photographs in the last 3 JSSBC meeting documents. And so I encourage anybody to go and look at those. I really enjoy seeing the progress via photographs. And the other thing is that Alderman Rick Dowd is the chair of the JSSBC committee. And he has encouraged members of the board to reach out to him if they want to go and tour either Pennachuck or Fairgrounds to see what's been going on. And I understand that there's a board tour of Fairgrounds coming up in early January, along with a tour of South, socially distanced. So that should be very interesting.
I do not think that there is a buildable lot anywhere in Nashua for less than $100,000. I dare say more than that even. So if it were 2 building lots, the $300,000, it sounds like it might be larger than that. So I'll try to figure it out. But I thank you for the. I'd love to go on both of those tours.
Yep. So certainly reach out to Alderman Dowd. So that we can make that happen. Hard hats are required, and it depends on scheduling it so that we're not interrupting the construction.
I think the pandemic has made it hard to, hard to keep your finger on the pulse of everything going on in every direction. But thank you very much.
Yep. Mr. Parker, did we miss anything?
No, pretty much lots of photographs, which was nice to see, so people can actually see what's happening there. And I've been to just about all the sites, not the new middle school site, but the renovations, particularly Fairgrounds several times. And so it was quite impressive, the progress that they've made in the time. So I think the students will be very happy.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
They see.
Okay, and I apologize for missing liaison reports at our last meeting. I don't know how I did that, but I did. Okay, unfinished business. I have the question of Board of Education meetings beginning in January 2021. I know Ms. Kinsella is working on the schedule. I would like to propose that we meet virtually for the 4th, and at that point discuss the schedule and other meetings. Ms. Ziem?
The meeting on the 4th is actually 2 weeks before the 14th, which is the date I remember being that the kids would come back. We would go back to our regular schedule.
The 19th is the date that they go back, but
19th,
yes.
Okay, so it's more, so it's even better. And so I would like to interject here that because we have that window of time before we're actually going to be meeting again, at that 4th meeting, I would like for us to consider a motion wherein we could define when our schools would go to remote and when they would stay hybrid, because I think it would give, first off, it would give some, people would know in advance. Our meetings are sporadic. And so if we have a crisis of statistics and it comes at bad timing, we could be forced to leave the schools open when they should be closed. And so I would like for us to consider establishing a criteria by which we would know when we were going to close the schools. And obviously, Mrs. Bagley from the Public Health Department gave us one that we could consider tonight. But because we have this window of opportunity to consider all our options, I would like for us to in the strategic plan, if you think back to that strategic plan, one of the wonderful things about that plan was that instead of us coming to the teachers with proposed policies, they were going to come to us because they are closest to the ground. They are closest to the actual processes, if you will, of doing things. And so I'm bringing that up to say that I would like to hear recommendations from them. I would like to hear recommendations from anybody who has this is a community, as Mrs. Walsh said very well tonight. It is a community effort, this whole thing. And so we should use this window for us all to explore what are the different metrics that we could use to establish a policy. Not to say, as Dr. Mosley eloquently put several times, whatever we decide, we still have to be flexible, because as in the past with this pandemic, you don't know what's going to happen. It's a moving target, obviously, but at least it would give us some stability of if we established a metric, it would give us some stability for everybody to have in their heads as a general idea of what we're thinking, a consensus of ideas, if you will, because obviously we are a board and it needs to be something that comes in the form of a quorum. Does that confuse everybody? I hope not.
Thank you, Ms. Ziem. As you know, Mr. Marcoux had sent us the chart from the CDC this weekend, and I forwarded that to Ms. Kinsella and asked her to distribute it to the board members and put that item on the agenda for the 4th after our email conversation. So I think we've got it on the agenda and even some suggestions.
Well, and I just wanted, again, going back to this thing about the strategic plan, what I kept hearing tonight in the input from the public was, please listen to our teachers. So this gives them a window, and I just want them to be very aware. We do want to hear if they have ideas, they have suggestions. Let's throw it all in the pot and stir it up and see if we can confuse each other and then come up with the best possible scenario. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I would encourage people to use the COVID-19 at nashua.edu email for that. And then administration can forward on what they think we need to have a robust conversation. Focusing us back on this agenda item, again, I'm proposing a motion that we meet virtually on the 4th, and then we discuss on the 4th further meetings.
I second that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Timmons.
Sorry.
That's okay. So, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I was going to discuss, I'll take the vote and then I'll talk after the vote.
Okay.
Because you got a motion on the floor now, and I wanted to talk before you made a motion. That's okay. I'll wait till it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson.
Was my fault.
Okay, so the motion is to meet virtually on the 4th and then discuss further meetings at that 4th meeting, since we're going to be talking about metrics and hybrid and all that fun stuff anyways.
Okay. On the motion,
1 second, will we have the calendar for on the 4th as well, Ms. Kinsella?
Yes, you will.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate all the work you've put into that.
Can I ask, is that the organizational meeting?
It would be the meeting, yes, at the organizational meeting for that. And then we have a meeting after the organizational meeting as well.
Okay, thank you.
It's the organizational meeting is at 6 p.m. via Zoom already, followed by the board meeting at 6:30.
Yep.
okay. On the motion, Raymond Garino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
No.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
No.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-2.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you. The reason I voted no here is because we keep pushing it out. And I'm going to agree with Mr. Marcoux, which I really don't always, but he made a good point. He made a very good point tonight that we're asking teachers to be back in the classroom and we won't even go back into our boardroom at all. Yeah. I started that in the spring and I said we could wear masks and social distance. I started it, we were supposed to go back in October. We can social distance, we can wear masks. Then it was pushed to November and then we never went back. I mean, and again, if we can go food shopping, if we can go any place out there, we're wearing masks, we're social distancing. Why can't we be back in the boardroom? It's a lot easier to be voting for our organizational changes come January. It's a lot easier to do these meetings than to be with little boxes here. And so, again, I mean, we really need to be back in the boardroom and conduct business publicly because we are a public body. And that's what we were voted in, to be a public body. I understand that we have the pandemic, but most of us are going to work and we're wearing a mask and we're social distancing. I'm still alive. And although people might not like that I'm saying I'm working, well, you know what? I am working and I'm very fortunate because although the governor deemed that my position and my husband's position was non-essential, we are all essential because we put the roof over our heads, the food on the table, and we pay our bills. So we're all essential here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Timmons.
I voted yes because there is over 300,000 Americans that's not here living. And if I had my choice to go remote totally, it would be that I would do that. I would respect the will of those teachers and the parents that want to remain remote.
I would like to say something, please.
I would prefer that we not do a back and forth. So,
but it's just let's just get it out here with the truth. We can have parents that can remote, and we can have teachers that are remoting, and we even heard Mr. Marcoux say that there are teachers that want to get back in the classroom. He's got it from both sides. We can do it all safely. If we can go to work and we could be out there and live, then we could do it safely. Other school districts have done it. And yes, I feel bad for over 300,000 people that have passed away. They passed away, unfortunately, from the flu and everything. And I'm not trying to be mean or nasty here. But you know what? The bottom line is that we have to live. And if we're going to live, we're living with the masks on and we're social distancing.
Okay.
We're still
and that's what it's all about here.
All right. So I don't want to argue about COVID versus the flu or any of that. We're not medical professionals. We'll listen to Bobby Bagley and Public Health. I trust Ms. Bagley to give us the best, most accurate information. So I suggest that we continue to listen to her as we make these decisions. Okay, so next on the agenda was student absenteeism. We discussed that already. Then there was contract information for non-public, and then we have we have public comments on anything. So I guess the question is, ought we go directly to public comments and then come back for a non-public meeting instead of making people wait while we go non-public? Ms. Brown? Oh, Ms. Brown, you're on mute, my dear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually, before we move to non-public, I actually had an item of new business that motion I'd like to make.
Okay. We only have, just for clarity, we only have Mr. Clausen until 9:30. So if we're not able to get to the non-public before then, we'll have to push it to tomorrow.
All right, I think it'll be fast.
At 6.
I move to form a national search committee to begin the process of hiring the next superintendent.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, so the motion is to form a national. Okay. Did you wish to speak to it, Ms. Brown?
I think that it is time to get to work. We have to start hiring. We're looking to hire these professionals now because we're going to need one in June or July. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ziem?
While I'm sure we're all anxious to move in that direction, I think that it's premature. I think that there are details that we are not aware of yet, that we haven't been able to have. In fact, some of them, we need to have a non-public meeting to discuss some of the details before we trip our own selves up. And so I cannot, as much as I agree with you that we're all anxious, I cannot vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ziem. Ms. Timmons and then Ms. Giglio.
I agree with Ms. Zine. I think we're prematurely doing this and we should get our lawyers' advice before we go publicly and say that we want to vote on this. I think we need more information that we don't have right now. We do have January coming up. It's not 2 weeks. It's not going to be a long time from now. We need to wait to hear all obstacles that may be in our way. And I will not support this, not at all.
Thank you. Ms. Giglio?
I also agree this is premature. There is information that we have not yet received. And although I know that it's going to be very hard to find a new superintendent, I don't think that making that decision tonight versus 2 weeks from now or 3 weeks from now is going to make any difference in who we attract. And I would rather wait until I hear. I may be the only person who hasn't heard it officially, but I want to hear more details before we start to look for a new superintendent. So I would also not support this tonight. I will at a later time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Giglio. Just as an aside, I'm really enjoying everyone's Christmas trees. Ms. Bishop?
Merry Christmas.
I just want to say, I think it's always beneficial to start planning. I don't know what March is going to look like, what April is going to look like. So any opportunity that we can to start putting one foot in front of the other. I think we need to have our school district in mind first. I don't think I would be voting yes on this tonight, though, because I do think we have a couple more meetings to talk about, but we absolutely need to start planning for the future. I feel like we've been in limbo since that letter went out that Dr. Mosley put out a couple of months ago. So it is important to start moving forward, but I think we need a little bit more information first.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brown?
I would like to follow up just one comment about a timeline. If we push this out to January, then the committee won't be formed until February. We probably won't meet until March, and then it's going to be struggling to find a superintendent in time to start working towards next school year, because these types of high-level positions, and I can see Miss O'Gara actually nodding her head over there, these type of executive positions are not something you fill in a week or two or a day or two, or even necessarily even from somebody regionally. I think because we're going to have to form the committee that's going to then have to get the information and rewrite the job description and all of these steps, I think if we wait too long, we're really going to be putting ourselves in a hard spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I tend to agree with Ms. Brown, especially in light of the email letter that the board received today from Dr. Mosley indicating his intention to take the job in Hadley, contingent upon all the details being worked out. Obviously, we wish Dr. Mosley the best, but we have to think about this school district and about the timeliness of making sure that we get somebody in here. Ms. Oden has asked that you please reread the motion, Ms. Brown.
I move to form a national search committee to begin the process of hiring the next superintendent.
I guess I would say it's not a national committee that we want. It's a committee from Nashua, maybe to do a national search, but rather than a national search committee, a committee to do a natural, good Lord, I'm having problems. I'm tired.
I can, I think I understand what you're saying,
Okay,
Ms.
thank
Oden.
you.
So you're
Thank
thinking reword the motion, form a committee to perform a national search?
Right.
Okay, I would be happy to rephrase my motion if the committee will allow it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I move to form a committee to begin a national search to begin the process of hiring the next superintendent.
And I'll second it again.
Okay. Okay, does anyone else wish to weigh in on the rephrased motion? Okay. Ms. Brown, if you don't mind emailing that to Ms. Waters so that she has the correct wording for the minutes. Mr. Guarino, could you please call the roll?
I think Ms. Bishop was waving her hand.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Bishop, I didn't notice.
No, sorry. I just wanted to say, after listening to the timeline, I actually kind of agree with what I said, but not I'll hold off on voting yes tonight. So
Okay.
just wanted to let y'all know. I heard you.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. Okay.
Right. On the motion, Raymond Guarino votes no. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
No.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Sharon Gilio,
No.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons,
No.
5 yeses, 4 noes. The yeses have it.
Okay. All right, so we will be working on creating that committee and bringing that information back to the board. And I'm certain that we will lean on our members who have gone through this before for their historical knowledge to help guide us through this process.
You need to lean on Miss O'Gara as well.
And Miss O'Gara.
I've been through a couple of superintendent searches as a board now, and I know how to do it. So.
Okay, I nominate you to be on the search committee.
Thank you.
Okay. So, so I'll reach out to Miss O'Gara in between now and the next meeting and write down her advice. Okay. Moving forward. So it's 9:18. We have lost our window, I think, for having our non-public with our attorney regarding some contract updates. However, the board does have a meeting with him tomorrow, so if we could make that a non-public meeting, is that possible? Okay, so I suggest that we table the non-public issue until tomorrow at 6 p.m. I'm going to make that as a motion.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Ziem. Ms. Timmons has a comment.
No, after we vote on this motion.
Oh, okay. So tabling is actually not debatable.
Oh.
So on the motion to table the non-public session to tomorrow at 6 p.m. Mr. Guarino?
Okay. Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
No.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1.
Okay. Ms.
Now,
Timmons?
now I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. Does
I will-
anyone want to second it?
I will second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Guarino. Is it debatable? I don't recall, but we haven't done public comments, so
I was going to say, don't we have public comment?
I'm just going to throw that out there.
No.
Azim?
I think it's debatable because it's not, as far as I know, it's not non-debatable. I've never heard it that way anyway. I just want to say that I think we should do it. We're at the end. If somebody has a public, I've been sitting here waiting because I wanted to reply to Mr. Marcoux, and I wanted to do it at the proper time, which I thought was at the end when we had our time. So I'm not ready to close yet, but if everybody else is, I'll close anyway. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Timmons, are you still wanting to keep your motion? Or did you want to withdraw given that we haven't had public comments?
No, I think we should take the vote.
Okay.
Okay. On the motion to adjourn, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you got
On the motion to adjourn, Ms. Johnson?
No.
No.
Sandra Ziem,
No.
Jennifer Bishop,
No.
Sharon Gilio,
Yes.
yes. Jessica Brown,
No.
Heather Raymond,
No.
Dottie Oden,
No.
Gloria Timmons,
Yes.
3 yeses and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 noes. Motion fails.
Okay. So let's do public comments. I understand that there are 2 people in the waiting room currently. So I would like to have them be able to have their 2 minutes to say what they would like. Okay. Good evening, caller 8124. If you could introduce yourself and, oh, go ahead, caller.
Oh, thank you. My name is Freda Lightfoot.
Okay, go ahead, Ms.
Can you hear
Lightfoot.
me?
Yep. we can-
Thank you. So a couple of things. So I wanted to say that, anyone that takes a quick review of the Nashua Teachers Union Facebook page can see the very clear divide between the union, the teachers, the parents, and the board. And Adam Marcoux, we went to high school together. And I know it had its ups and downs, but you subscribe to something now that I really could have never imagined given the character you had way back when. Now, you seem content to hold the children of your peers hostage. Is this some sort of sick form of payback under the ruse of COVID fears? Or maybe you're just too busy negotiating against the taxpayers of Nashua? And maybe stop fueling the dissension by your rule over the NTU public Facebook page. saying you don't care about Paula Johnson's work schedule, but in the same breath, you want the district to care about how hard you and your teachers are working. It's not a good look for the "we are all in this" mantra. Then we have the likes of the Deb Howes and the Dana Darrows, along with their cronies like Sonia Prince and Deb
I'm going to
Stevens.
interrupt you, caller, just for a moment. Just to be clear, this is public comments about board issues, and I want to make sure that we stay away from publicly calling out employees of the district, because it's not really fair to the employees.
But it's fine for them to call out all the parents of the district very angrily and tell us to be parents, right? That's fine.
But not by name. So, you know, if one of them said, Heather Raymond, you need to do a better job parenting, that would be okay because I'm a public figure. But if they did it on, you know, somebody who's also employed.
So the constant insistence that the classrooms need to be shut down during the pandemic, contrary to the actual science that punishes the kids you're supposed to care about, it's a virus. It's going to do what viruses are going to do. It's never going away. So if you don't want to physically leave your house and go to school where you were up until last March, where you're required to work, then quit. I don't know what else to say, because many parents you're screaming at tonight had to quit their jobs to do yours for your fear, not theirs. And we are being parents and advocating for our kids, as Ms. Walsh wanted to tempestuously put this evening. I have written 287 emails to this board, the Department of Education, the district, and the union. And aside from Paula Johnson, the only person to ever answer me was Ray Greeno. And there are good teachers out there. No one isn't saying that. I just want you all to be honest and get it together and just stop holding the carrot out there. Just tell us you have no plans to go back to school, and we'll be fine with that. It's the dangling the carrot and having to listen to these meetings with this cycle of abuse, it feels like at this point, and the circle of hogwash. We can move on with our lives and do what's best for our kids. It's pointless because it doesn't seem like any of you are listening. You don't even answer basic email communication, and you have an agenda. And at this point, we've all concluded that you have no intention of going back to full in-person school, which is fine. Just be honest and tell us that. And maybe we'll go back in September of 2021, or maybe when we all have our little cards stating vaccinated.
Sorry, I was on mute. She hung up. Thank you, caller. It looks like we have another caller, caller 8041.
Hi, my name is Tara Ozinski, and I'm a middle school teacher here in Nashua. I've also grown up in Nashua. I have two boys that are of school age, and I'm a lifetime resident. And I'm calling, and I'm feeling especially heated after that last caller. I just want to remind everybody, you know, as we're kind of tackling these big issues, I've heard it said over and over again that we're punishing kids or we're failing kids. I really need to stand up and say this. We are not failing the kids, okay? The kids are resilient. They are learning every day. Every teacher in this district gets up. We're on Zoom. We're joking with our kids. We're staying for office hours. We are working one-on-one with our students. In some ways, it has allowed us to provide individualized help that we have been unable to provide otherwise. It's different. It's a different way of learning, but it doesn't mean that students are not learning. And so to hear community members say that is just so disheartening. I also just really want to point out that community spread, as has been shown, is at its highest. We are concerned for our lives. We've heard over and over that parents have options, that parents have the options to keep their students remote. Well, I'm a mom, and I'm concerned for my health, and I know that my colleagues are concerned for their health. I'm concerned for the health of my family. I know there are colleagues that are concerned for the health of their family. I understand businesses are open. I have family members who work in retail. It is fundamentally different to be in a small, confined space with a number of individuals. As a middle school teacher, I might be exposed to way more individuals for long periods of time. Some of the proposals have students eating in classrooms, unmasked. It just is really, really a safety issue. And by advocating, we're not trying to keep kids out of school. We're trying to do what's safe. And make no mistake, our children are learning. Okay, we want to keep our community safe. We want to keep our families safe. We want to keep our students' families safe. And whatever path the district decides to take, I really hope that, as Ms. Zeem pointed out and an earlier caller pointed out, you listen to the voices of teachers and also give them the option. So we've heard parents have the option, give teachers the option to make these decisions, to not feel with their backs up against the wall that they are literally choosing between, risking their lives or spreading the disease to family members that they care for or their jobs. And I understand that it's our place of employment, but we cannot afford to lose our teachers. Okay, our teachers, our human resources in this district are our greatest asset. And I think by pushing out valuable teachers because they have concerns over safety and protocol is not the path for the district to take. And it shouldn't be the path of parents like our last caller who called in just saying, it's a job, leave. Well, who's going to come take our place? We need to stand by our teachers, our students, our families. Whatever we decide, we need to have options. We need to realize that our kids are learning and just, like Mrs. Zeem said earlier, really bring teachers into the conversation, hear our voices, make sure that if we do open, we're doing it in a way that makes sense, that students will be learning more, that it's not just remote learning in a physical classroom, that it's something different and meaningful and worthwhile to bring the students in school, that it's not just bringing them in, to have them physically there. So really involve us. I think we can solve this problem. I think we can do it safely, but we've got to come together. We've got to give options, and we need to be a team and put safety first. Thank you.
I'm on mute. Sorry, thank you. Caller 5930, if you could please state your name and try to keep it to under 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Sonia Prince. I'm a mother of 3, one left in the Nashua school system. And are you still there?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I put myself on mute so that I could listen to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I am really offended by the lady who just called 2 callers before, saying that people are fear-mongering. The hospital isolation rooms are full, so now they're starting to open new rooms that are not necessarily isolated, so they're going to have to jimmy those rooms and try to make it work. It's not funny to the frontline workers to speak like that. I think when people disrespect our frontline workers, gathering in groups is just like a punch in the face to them. So I think that's just wrong. Teachers have a right to protect their families and their loved ones and the kids in school, their parents, their family members. They probably have pre-existing conditions as well. So if you know anyone who has diabetes, high blood pressure, takes any kind of medication for anything, has low immune system, they're all at risk. And this isn't a joke, and it's not fear-mongering. Teachers have a right to protect themselves. And the school is doing the best it can. The teachers are doing the best they can. My child is adapted really well. He actually has more time because he's not running for the bus at 6:30 in the morning and rushing out the door and running around between classes. So he actually finds that he has more free time. I know it's difficult for parents with younger children, but this is a crisis. Look at it as a war, not a war where we're sending kids to fight, but nonetheless, a different kind of war. It's a crisis. It's a pandemic. So please don't think it's okay to sacrifice teachers or kids and their family members who may be sick at home. It's just not okay. And 20% can cause a huge, huge outbreak in our community. So 20% is kind of high in my opinion. But anyway, I'm just saying it's not fear mongering. This is real. It's not funny. And I think we should look out for the teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Prince.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Good evening, caller 4848. If you could identify yourself and please keep your comments to 2 minutes or less.
Good evening, Heather and the rest of the board. I really appreciate you guys once again letting the public weigh in on these meetings and public comment. I just wanted to call in to express my confusion about the circumstances in which you guys developed a search committee for a superintendent. I think that that was the most optimal thing to do, since your superintendent has already essentially pulled the ripcord on his parachute and is floating away to another school district. And yet you guys, 4 of you on this board, decided that it's too soon to start reviewing or even creating a committee in which to look for a new superintendent. I think that this committee needs to start meeting in person. I think it's really easy to zip in and zip out on Zoom. And I think you guys need to be in one room in order to collectively get things done together. I think things can be done socially distanced in a large room that you guys used to meet in, where you guys can meet together, because I feel that being on Zoom, that this board is extremely fractured, and for the benefit of this entire Nashua Board of Education, you guys should all be meeting together and getting things done. The simplest things, like agreeing to look for a superintendent when he sends you a letter 2 months ago stating that he is leaving for higher ground. And so I think that these are the easy decisions that you should be making. These are the decisions that your constituents voted you in to be making. And like I said, it's really easy to zip in and zip out of Zoom. I mean, I could probably bet that Ms. Timmons isn't even participating right now. She's probably checked out, as she's done many of these meetings before the end of the meeting. So please, if you guys could get together so that the public could see.
You didn't identify yourself, sir.
So if the public could see you guys all in person, we would really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
For the record, sir?
I'm sorry, he's hung up. You're right, Mr. Guarino. He didn't identify himself. I have suggested to Jim at Nashua ETV that he put all of us on, like the Brady Bunch, on the television occasionally, so that people can see all of us listening attentively when they speak. But I see everyone listening attentively as people speak. So I will go on record saying that I see everyone. I see Ms. Timmons, I see Mr. Guarino, I see everyone.
And I wasn't checked out, by the way. I heard everything he said.
No, you were right here. You're paying attention. So I don't know where that came from. Ms. Kinsella.
He does occasionally do the graph. I've seen it.
Oh, he does do the Brady Bunch, all of us? Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so always be ready.
Okay, Ms. Kinsella, do we have more?
We have 2 more right now.
Okay, so after these 2, we'll call it because our 15 minutes will be up. Okay, hello, caller 8887. If you could please identify yourself for our records and then keep your comments to 2 minutes or less.
Hi, good evening, folks. Tom Daly. Hope you're well this evening. What I observed this evening is the board kicking the can on a key decision yet again in trying to start the search committee for the new superintendent. And I'd like you to take a look and reflect on how this meeting has gone and the sheer amount of anxiety and uncertainty that our community is feeling with respect to how the school district is being operated. And that's with respect to the pandemic. A caller a few minutes ago mentioned that there is no plan. We don't have a sense of what your plans are. We don't understand when we can go back. We don't understand what keeps us out of schools. We don't understand why we haven't adopted a system where for those that want to go back, they can go back, and for those that want to remain at home, they can remain at home learning remotely. That we've made the suggestion a few times now. It doesn't feel like that suggestion was explored in earnest. And we think it's a really valid option that's being left on the table. And so the committee or the school board has kicked those types of decisions, those types of challenges down the road again and again and again. And we're seeing that exact same behavior with respect to starting up the committee for the search for the new superintendent. So I would implore every single taxpayer and citizen of Nashua that's listening right now, when it comes time to vote for our school board in 2021, be very, very, very careful about who you're voting for. so that way we get people who are motivated and accountable for doing the job onto the school board in the next cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Okay, caller 3468, if you could please identify yourself and try to keep below 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alicia Houston. I am actually reaching out in support of Ms. Brown's motion. I wanted to take a moment to truly help the board understand where I myself and many other parents are coming from. On November 4th, 2020, we all received a letter, which essentially is a public letter of resignation. Any further information that you guys may need as far as the specifics as to how the contract rolls out or how, you know, other things are implemented. The main issue that we, and I probably shouldn't say we, I should say myself and my significant other, for the best interest of our children, is the ongoing concern that even in that letter, Dr. Mosley made it publicly clear that it is impossible for him to work alongside the Board of Education. He, you know, makes reference to a civil rights activist who promoted good trouble, and we're seeing good trouble right now. The only issue that we're also seeing is the fact that here is a man who publicly resigned in what could be equated as, you know, a moment of sheer weakness and sharing his vulnerability. And I completely appreciate that. But to allow the same individual to then be able to have decision-making authority over our children, our district, our teachers, our community, that's concerning. To hear these teachers calling in tonight to insult parents, I don't think that at any point us as parents have said to them that they're not doing their job. As a matter of fact, my son's teacher called in tonight, and it is so heartbreaking as a parent to watch you guys continue to fight the same battles over and over and over again. And I'm sure that the Facebook community will blow up. I'm sure that people will not be happy with what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, we are crippling our community by these further restrictions. We're forgetting about the single parents that don't have a choice, that have to go to work to provide for their family, that do not have the option to hire a babysitter because it is not within their means. We have English language learners who are one of the most vulnerable populations academically. What about the parents who can't read English? What about the parents who don't understand what we're asking them? We're failing those students. The lower income population, the students who are being abused at home that no one even knows about. For these teachers to tell us that they are calling in for every single absence is untrue. I didn't find out that my son had been skipping classes. He's 15. He is a Nashua High School student, which is very similar to what a lot of other parents are doing. The only difference is I was forced to remove myself from the workplace so that I could dedicate 100,000% on being the best parent that I can. And to hear someone call in and tell us to be better parents is not only offensive, but it is completely soul crushing. We have taken everything away from these kids. We took graduation last year. We are taking their social and emotional, academics, everything. You've taken everything from them. And I don't agree with what a lot of people are saying, but just tell us what we can expect. If we are not going back to school, say what you mean what you say. You don't have to say it mean. Thank you.
Thank you. And that ends our second public comment period of the evening. Next is board member comments. I am just going to go around by my list where we left off the last time I used my list because it's a rotating alphabetical list and I'm trying to be fair. Ms. Johnson, do you have a board member comment this evening?
Oh, I get to go first, huh?
Well, that's where we left off.
Okay, that's a long time ago. First of all, I just want to say to everybody and the community, I wish them all a Merry Christmas. to have a healthy and happy new year because we're not meeting again, I believe, until next year. And I hope everybody stays healthy. I just want to clarify a couple of things here that I heard. Well, first of all, the CDC has said that kids are not spreaders. They're not super spreaders. So, and I even passed that to the board, and that comes from Dr. Redfield from the CDC. Second of all, I don't remember Ms. Bagley talking at all tonight when she gave us her presentation that hospitals are being overrun at full capacity or anything at this point in time. So, you know, and also we didn't get to decide whether or not we were going to open up the South School to have vaccinations, which I read an email from a teacher today. So I'm not very happy of putting vaccinations into a school where the city can do it elsewhere. Let the mayor and Ms. Bagley figure out where else that they want to do immunizations. But I just wanted to clarify that for the record here. Kids are not super spreaders. Ms. Bagley did not talk about the hospitals are full. And again, I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. And hopefully next year, when we come back, the board will be in a better mindset because maybe things will have slowed down and we spent time, whatever we could with our family in this Christmas season. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Oden? Ms. Oden, are you there?
Yeah, I had a hard time unmuting myself. I just want to, this is we're in a tough position. There's no way we can please everybody. You know, I quite frankly feel very, very sorry for the people that wanted the hybrid, that voted for that. In the first survey that we had, they never had a chance to have their children go back, those parents that felt that their children needed that. And it's obvious that all the children, most children, I can't say all, are having a hard time emotionally and socially. This is not normal. You know, I realize there's safety issues. We're going to have to look at the numbers, but I think we have to also realize that harm can come in more ways than one way. And I think we have to strive to see if we can't provide the education that people want for their children and deserve. And it's going to have differences, but I think we have to try to do the best we can. I wish everybody a happy holiday and a healthy and happy new year. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm having technical issues here. Thank you, Ms. Oden. I'm next on the list, but I'll skip and go to the end. Ms. Timmons?
Okay, thank you. I'm not gonna say much because I know time is we're almost at 10 o'clock anyway, and I'm extremely tired after 5 hours on this Zoom. I want to say Happy Christmas and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And for the parents that want their kids back in the school, there's no easy way to get them back in school. It's just not. I feel for parents, I really do. I also feel for the teachers as well. I'm gonna stay and stick to my truth. I don't think it's safe to go back in school right now. I'd rather have a live child than a dead one. I'd rather have a healthy one than a sick one. And it looked like our cases are just increasing. And I just don't think it's safe at this particular point. I'm gonna stick to my gut feeling that it's just not safe. I don't want anything to happen to any of my kids, and I don't want anything to happen to any of your kids. So if you think I checked out, it's sadly mistaken. I'm very much into the game and I know exactly what's going on and with whom. So I just want to say, I know 2021 will bring us a lot of good cheers. And that's why I'm in this research program right now, to make sure that we get a vaccination for everyone and that we can go back to school as soon as possible. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Timmons. Ms. Ziem?
First off, I'd like to apologize for all the squirming. I have bad circulation, and sitting in this chair for 5 hours, my muscles have gone to sleep and they're tightening up and spasming. And unless I stand on them, I'll be screaming. So I apologize for all that movement. There were two things that I would like to address very much. One is this lack of public meetings. If you remember, those of you who come religiously to these meetings, you will remember that initially I was very much in favor of public meetings. If it were voting just for myself, I would still be in favor of public meetings. Having said that, there are 4 of us out of the 5 who are, in my opinion, high risk. If based on nothing other than age, I understand that that crest is 60 years old. I'll just tell you my age. I won't bother to tell you the others, but I'm quite a bit over 60. I'm 77. So I think that's almost 18 years because my birthday's right around the corner here. So having said that, when it was for me, it's all right for me to make a decision that affects my health because it's my health. I mean, this is the United States of America, and we do have still some freedoms left. And I think the freedom of choice is a biggie. I think that each of us has to search their own heart and decide when it's safe for them and how much it means to them to risk that safety. Are they risking their grandchildren? Are they risking their children? Is it their mother that might die? And it started out, and I remember the night that I became acutely aware of it, one of our members said that she had lost 7 people in her sphere of influence. 7. At that time, I hadn't lost anybody. And I was overwhelmed, and I thought, how can I ask somebody like that? How can I say, take your life in your hand and come anyway? That's too big a decision for me to make for somebody else. It just isn't. I don't see that as fair. And now I know 3 people, and I heard somebody else tonight say, somebody in this meeting, I don't even remember who it was, but they said they had 3 people in their immediate sphere that currently have COVID. Last week, we lost Dick Hinch, who was the state majority leader for the state of New Hampshire, the House. A wonderful man. And it happened, I saw him during the holiday, just prior to like Thanksgiving, and he was fine. He was fine. No appearance of sickness at all. And yet last week he died, and it was almost without. It was total surprise. So again, I can ask myself to make any sacrifice, but it's not up to me to ask Paula or Heather or anybody else. And when it came to me saying, I'm going to make your decision for you, I could not do that. And so if that makes me a bad guy in your view, then I can live with that because I can live with my own conscience. And in the end, we all have to live with our own conscience. I do think this word team that the last lady mentioned, that's a huge word. And I keep praying that we will become a team. If ever our city needed to be a team, it is now. And so my prayer is that I will be able to do my part in helping us to be that team. The second thing I want to address is this thing about Dr. Mosley. I think that it is very easy when you're on the outside looking at the board and to take pot shots at us and to say, oh yeah, well, she's arrogant or she's stupid or she's this or she's that. But the bottom line is that we have an attorney. And I sell real estate. I know about litigation. I know about going to court. I know the ramifications of making a wrong decision because you did it too fast. And when the attorney says to me, I want to sit down and talk to you before you do this, you can bet your sweet Bippy I'm going to wait for that attorney because I've seen how much it will cost you. And in this case, it will cost our children. It will come out of our monies for the city. And guess what? You can put it in 5 different pockets. You can put 250 pockets, but it's all city money. And in the end, the mayor cannot give us what he does not have. So every time we have a lawsuit and that lawsuit costs us money, guess what? Our children lose. So I'm not willing to be irresponsible with their money. I'm not willing to do anything. I'm going to listen to that attorney. And if that makes me a bad board member, then absolutely, I will listen to the voters. If you think somebody is more qualified than me or would be a better board member, please bring them. Please, I want what's best for the kids. I can live without being a star, because guess what? I'm 77. I don't have that many years left. So all I'm saying is that let's be patient with each other. Let's try to be nice. Let's try to be civil. And I'm having a hard time right now doing that myself. I tell you that honestly. I'm willing to tell you that. I'm willing to say to you that I lose my temper, that sometimes I say things I shouldn't say. But guess what? We all, on occasion, err. Let's work a little harder. Let's go back as a team and try again. I beg everybody, let's be patient with one another and let's try to understand everybody's point of view. And I wish you all peace for the holidays. Peace and joy. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seam. Ms. Bishop?
It is 10 o'clock. It's very late. And I think I feel like I say this at every meeting. The reason our meetings are so late is because everybody here is so dedicated to getting to the end and to meeting our students' needs, to figuring out what we need to do to provide the best environment for teachers to teach, for students to learn, and for people to be. I feel like we have been talking about COVID for 10 years now, and it's been 9 months. This has been the longest 9 months. And if you've been pregnant, you know that means a lot. But one of the themes that I heard tonight is fair. Everybody called in and mentioned what wasn't fair to them, what wasn't fair to some sort of demographic and population that they identified with. And I feel like we need to highlight that nothing about this is fair, that nothing about this meets the needs of everybody, that there is no plan that's going to be created that is going to be the best for everyone. We need to acknowledge that there are people who are very lucky in the opportunities that they have to be able to continue to meet their kids' needs academically at home. We also have people who have the means to be able to provide in-school education for those kids. And it happens. This is life. This is where things go. Everybody has the opportunity of making whatever is possible for themselves. And then there are people like me, who's a single mom with 2 kids. I'm frontline in the hospital. Like Ms. Houston was talking about, I'm one of those parents. I don't have the choice. And I'm sure my kids are screaming that their life is not fair right now. I'm keeping them home because I can't plan accordingly if they end up being pulled out of school for 2 weeks. Nothing about this is fair. And I hate to come from a very minimizing place in that attitude has a lot to do with it. But I feel like as a community, if we just continue to support each other in the horrible decisions that we each have to make as board members, as parents, as staff, as community members, everybody is making the best decision that they can for themselves. And for some people, that's going out to eat. For some people, that's staying home and not seeing family. Nobody is at home making malicious decisions, and nobody in the school district is sitting at home going, how can I ruin the most amount of lives? The only thing fair about this is that we all still come to the table with an element of choice. And for that, we should be grateful. We have the opportunity to stay home and be safe. Our community is not completely shut down. We have the opportunity to go outside. We didn't have that back in March. There has been an evolution to COVID. There's been an evolution to what's going on educationally. I see every single board member right now who is typically on camera, together, supporting our students. And for that, I'm grateful. But I think we just have to remember that everyone is making the best possible choice for themselves. And I like what Ms. Ziem said, their circle of influence. And we just need to remember that we're humans. No one's perfect. We're doing the best we can. And we make decisions based on the information and the opportunities in front of us. So I hope everybody has a bunch of happy holidays. There are lots of things going on lately. I'm hoping to get my Christmas shopping done. Like I said, I don't have a lot of time, but happy holidays, happy new year. Hopeful we can all get back together face to face soon. That's it. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. Mr. Guarino?
Okay, I'm going to try to be quick because I know we're late, but I did write some things down. I want to thank all the teachers and the parents who contact our board by emailing. No matter what side of the issue you fall on, there are always some really good points on both sides of that issue that were made by the teachers and the parents who contact us all the time. And the question, as I see it, is how can we offer some kind of in-person schooling for those students who need socialization in order to mitigate emotional problems associated with quarantine and whose academics require in-person contact with the teacher. All the while, we have to keep our staff, our students, and families safe from COVID. That is the quandary that we have right here, and it's not easy. And I think we need to do some innovative thinking. We need to come up with solutions. And what I've heard from our teachers is that they don't have any options outside of FMLA or ADA. They don't have options. And some teachers have expressed serious concerns about returning to hybrid and in-person teaching, and they have very good reasons. They're concerned for themselves and they're concerned for their families. But there are also some teachers that want to go back in the classroom. So I think this district should start giving our teachers options to do that, who do want to go back. And we should give options to those teachers who want to teach remotely. I know this is going to probably leave a big gap in staffing, but we could connect with universities, maybe get some university kids to fill in that gap, and teachers could actually be directing remotely, someone in class directing their class. We have to do some innovative thinking, keeping those teachers safe who have those concerns. In the meantime, those parents who choose to get their kids in the class because they really feel it's important for their emotional well-being, we could do hybrid. We have a plan. People called and said, you have no plan. We don't know what the plan is. We do have a plan. We're going to transition in January to hybrid. That's the plan. It was developed by our principals. Okay. And like I said, we have a lot of teachers that are concerned, but therefore I think we need to give those teachers some options. So I hope that's what I was thinking, and that's what I had written down. And I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And hopefully everyone will have a good holidays and a good year in 2021. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Guarino. Ms. Brown, I don't know the alphabet at 10 o'clock at night, so I skipped you. I apologize. Go ahead, Ms. Brown, and then Ms. Gilio. Sorry, Ms. Gilio. It's because I don't know.
It's okay. It's no harm, no foul. All right. I'd like to say thank you to our student representatives. You two have been a shining light in these dark times, and I want to wish you best of luck for the rest of your senior year. I want to thank sincerely the teachers who have been so adaptable and handled the semester with grace. I send best wishes for all of you for the second half of the year as well. I want to thank the principals and district administrators because you've been burning the candle at both ends for a very long time now. And I commend you for all your hard work throughout 2020. And finally, I'd like to really thank the parents and students of this district for your perseverance. You are who we are here to serve. I offer you encouragement through this toughest part of the New England winter months, and hang in there. The New Year's not a magic wand, but I'm praying for us all to have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and that we can all see hope and light at the end of this tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Gilio.
Yeah, so since I've been in meetings for 4.5 hours now, I had a lot of things I wanted to say, but it's just too late to say them. I just hope that we can all work together in 2021 to maybe stick to our agenda more closely and have our meetings not run into the 4-hour mark, because for some of us, 10 o'clock at night might as well be 3 o'clock in the morning. But I do hope everyone has wonderful holidays, and I'm sure that we'll all do the best we can in the new year for the staff, the students, and the citizens of Nashua. And I still enjoy working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilio. So I just want to wish everybody happy holidays. I think that the entire district needs this week to recharge and refresh. Thank you for everybody who's hung in there until this late with us. I appreciate your dedication. A special shout out to the teachers who did extra special things this week for their students and last week to make them know that they're appreciated. I'm seeing a lot of that social emotional engagement piece, and I'm hearing a lot of that. And we just don't have time to talk about all the wonderful things that are going on because this year is so weird and there's just so much unique stuff that we have to cover. So as always, I just want to let the community know that there are resources out there for families over the break, even though school will be closed. The United Way and 68 Hours of Hunger will be sending food home with our students. And the soup kitchen and shelter will be open while we are closed. So if anyone has a need, there is no reason why people need to go hungry. The United Way also has a shopper program for people unable to make it to the grocery store or unable to get things delivered. So please reach out to those community agencies if you need anything. And I'd like to give Mr. Gao the last word this evening.
Awesome, thank you. So after Dr. Mosley mentioned that I was talking about 2020 as the year of vision, I was like, I have to come up with another catchphrase for 2021. So, okay, I didn't come up with this. So I Googled like 2021 catchphrase. I didn't find anything good, but this, I found like a little phrase that I thought was just super cool and really resonates maybe with the theme of next year. It says, may the faith of God be with you this year. May the peace of God surround you, and may you be blessed each day. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Gao. That's lovely. And
Yes.
just to be inclusive, it doesn't have to be God, it can be some other thing. So for everybody out there. So thank you so much. All right. I am ready for a motion to adjourn. Anyone?
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Gilio. I'm going to call it a second for Ms. Johnson.
Okay, on the motion to adjourn, Raymond Guarino votes yes. Paula Johnson,
Yes.
Sandra Ziem,
Yes.
Jennifer Bishop,
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I was still laughing at Jen.
Jessica Brown,
Yes.
Heather Raymond,
Yes.
Dottie Oden,
Yes.
Gloria Timmons,
No, I'm going for 6 hours.
Alone, Gloria.
motion carries. I'm going to take that as a yes. Motion
Each one.
carries 9-0.
All right. Good night, everybody. Enjoy your holiday. Stay safe, please.
Yes, enjoy the holidays, everyone. Good night,
Christmas.
Gloria.
Happy holidays.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Night.